Hi, Wolfpack. How are we doing? I thought we'd play a bit more of Planescape Torment. Because it's a good game, innit? I should have probably got myself prepared earlier than this. Because I kind of need to, don't I? Let me stick that there. This needs to go here. This needs to go here. You'll have music in just a second. I promise. I promise, team. I promise. Bibbidi bobbidi bop. Good. There we go. Done. Yeah, last time we what did we do? We explored some of Sigil. We killed some gangs. We killed an assassin dude. No, we didn't kill him. He ran away. The second stream. Well, you said I need to do 3, Mossy, remember? Welcome back. Oh, Mossy. I'm streaming and recording this at the same time. So let me know if the quality falls down. The rule of 3's taking effect. Hell yeah.
I'm gone.
The quality is very strange. Oh, really? There's some kind of weird goblin in the bottom left corner. Fuck you, Mossy. Can't believe Alan got eaten by a worm. I'm not sure I believe him, to be honest. I'm not sure I believe him. Instant refund. Yeah, I know. Like how? How'd you get eaten by the worm so soon? Oh, speaking of though, I got caught by the light beam. The spotlights earlier. That was fun. I was minding my own business, attacking a little camp. And then all of a sudden this beam hit me and everything went red and it was like, Rah! And I got attacked and I ran away. It's a lot worse if it catches you when you're not on a bike. Yeah, I wasn't on a bike. I was in the middle of a bandit camp. Yeah, I was being attacked by bandits at the time. Did I kill them all? I don't think I killed any of them. I shot them for a bit. None of them died, and then I ran away because they drained my health. They drained it. It was awful. I wonder if they drop decent tier stuff. Yeah, probably not. I'm not sure, to be honest. Alright. What do we think's going on around here? I hope these guys don't attack me. Reekwind. Why is it...
What's up?
Why, dude?
Stupid yabo.
Stupid yabo.
Yeah? Imbecile. Damn it.
Guys, stop missing.
What? Stupid yabo.
Stupid yabo.
See that?
Where did that other guy go? Did he actually run away? Still want to know if you can blow up their ships with a rocket or ornithopter. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe.
Hey,
A lot of the slang they use for Planescape is based around 17th century English slang. Yeah, it sounds like it, doesn't it?
I'm
Yabo.
gone.
Stupid Yabo. Okay, we'll drop that. We'll pick that up. Done. Inventory. I need to look to see if there's a better way of doing this, because... there should be, right? Where are we now? We're in the Hive. Alright, let's talk to this gentleman. Best way to do this is to get more party members to host. Yeah, I know. I don't know anyone who wants to join my team, though, unfortunately. I'm a zombie accompanied by a floating skull, so it's kind of difficult, isn't it? Kind of difficult to recruit people, I think. This man is looking at you with strange, bug-eyed stare. His eyes are huge, so huge they look ready to pop out of his sockets and roll across the cobblestones. He nods eagerly as you approach, bobbing his head like a bird. And as you near him, you suddenly notice the smell of urine and feces surrounding it. Oh! Hello! The man sniffles, wiping his nose on his sleeve, then opens his mouth to reveal blackened, rotted gums. Stories for coin, sirrah? His breath reeks. It smells like this man has been keeping rotten meat stored inside his mouth. Stories for coin? Who are you? The man snorts, thick with phlegm. Names, names. Who you are, who you are. His head does a slight twitch every time he repeats himself. Names. Dangerous, dangerous. He glances at the ground and stirs the dirt with his foot. Dangerous? Knowing a name or being stuck with one. Both's a mess of trouble. He looks back at you. My name's a given name, not an asked one. Reekwind. Once again you become conscious of his reeking breath and the smell of urine and feces that surrounds him. A given name. A given name. This man needs a still suit. Yes, he does. He absolutely does. The name fits you well. Not my true name, Reekwind mumbles on, his head twitching every time he says name. A true name's a dangerous thing, gives others powers. He stares at you with his huge eyes and wags his finger. Keep your name secret, keep it close, never let it out. What do you mean? Names are like smells, things can track you with them. Reekwind coughs, his eyes almost popping out of his skull as he does so. His cough seems to loosen his bowels, for he breaks wind loudly as if to accentuate his point. If someone knows a true name, it gives them power. He licks his lips. The power to hurt. I don't know my true name.
Updated my journal.
Reekwind's eyes widen. Seeing his eyeballs bulge even larger makes you uneasy. Then you are blessed, blessed. Remain nameless and you shall be a spirit on the plains, untraceable, untrackable, unseen, undiscovered. He smacks his gums wetly. A name chosen, a name given. It allows others to find you and hurt you. Have you been hurt? Reekwind gives a twitching nod, then scratches himself. Let my name slip once, only once, only once. His eyes film over as if the memory is painful, then glances at you uneasily. Tell you the story I can, I will, but 3 coppers must I see. His face splits into a smile as he says the word coppers, and his reeking breath hits you like a hammer. Okay. Reekwind gets into a stance, looks left, looks right, then faces you. His face clenches, then with a grunt he breaks wind again. The smell nearly levels you, but he takes no notice. Cursed I. Walked the wards in splendour. He stands up stiffly, nose high in the air. He saunters back and forth, nodding to invisible passers-by.
Updated my journal.
Reekwind freezes, his arms akimbo. Crossed paths with the crossed one. Had the looking of a pumpkin, his seeds curses. Reekwind then thrusts his belly out as if to appear fat, slicks back his hair with his filthy palm so he looks almost bald, then begins drumming his fingers on his fat belly. He then walks about, circling the spot where his stuffy upper-class persona used to be. All a jumble with curses this one was. With a sneer and a careless gesture, Reekwind tosses an invisible curse at the stuffy persona. Knew my name, let it slip I had. All it took it all. He stiffens up again, inhaling deeply and resuming his upper-class persona. The persona suddenly crumples and Reekwind breaks wind violently, then exhales, filling the air with his foul, reeking breath. Cursed with stenches, smells, excrement. Came here to tell tales, all good for now. Now Reekwind is the name, given name. Okay. Questions, questions. He hunches over, regarding you warily with his huge eyes. Answers, answers. Can you tell me where I can find Farod? Requin suddenly hunches over and leers at you. He walks around you for a moment, dragging his lame as if leg. A king, a noble tale, a noble tale. A tale I can tell, but 3 coppers must I see. Okay. He remains hunched over, staring at you. Once a man of respect, Farad was. A man of goals and position. All became nothing. Nothing turned to air. Requin squints, then breaks wind, filling the air with a gut-churning smell. Turned to air and stink. A liar, a cheater, a man who twisted law, Farad was. He hunches over as if writing at a desk. He writes for a moment, then suddenly stops, afraid. Then one day, he found that he had twisted himself. Such a liar he'd become, that when he died, he was to go to a horrible place. Requin shakes his head sadly, then hunches over again and looks wildly in all directions. Farad would not accept it, would not. He had cheated others. He would cheat his fate too. He read, dug in books and consulted seers. Requin stalks back and forth, his hands over his eyes as if staring off into the distance. And they told him that only in trash could he find that which would let him cheat his fate. Requin breaks wind again, then gives a reeking cough. Perhaps they lied.
Updated my journal.
11 minutes and updated twice now, must he? Requin stands up stiffly, then begins to fling off imaginary clothes. With every piece of clothing he throws away, he becomes more hunched. Farad threw away his position, his goals, and took up a new title. Requin stops, then leers at you. He claws at his rags, shaking them, and became a king of rags. He would rule the trash, have his subjects search it all, and find that which he needed. He shakes his head. He looks even now. Unprecedented. This must be a world record speed. I don't think so. Given the amount of times this guy likes to say, I've updated my journal. Do you know where I can find him? He shakes his head. He lives amongst rags and trash. There you will find him. Find him. What can you tell me about this area? The hive, a tale I can tell, I will, but 3 coppers must I see. He likes 3 coppers, doesn't he? Fucking 3. 3. Spireward. He points to the left at the charred alley in the distance. An alley of dangerous angles. He bends his limb in a twisted parody of one of the skeletal buildings. Not always angled, not always burned and charred. Once alive, no longer. Flames of fire. He flings his hands up in the air, then waves them to simulate flames. The alley burned, great smoke, ash everywhere. In the end, only skeletons of buildings left. Bones of dead buildings, angles, everywhere angles.
Updated my journal.
He hunched forward, his voice a whisper. Again, the stench from his body hits you like a wave. Dangerous now. Bad men have set up their kip there. He bows and breaks wind in quick spurts, like a bugle blowing. That is the tale of how a street becomes an alley of dangerous angles. How did the fire start? He makes a semicircle over his heart. A man made it so. A beast made it so. A man whom ever fiends admire. Who? A sorcerer's tale, filled with madness, sadness, burning, yearning. A tale I can tell I will, but 3 coppers must I see. He hisses, then cackles in a way that reminds you of a fire burning. A dangerous tale. Okay. A sorcerer there was, no simple hedge was at this, but a mage of power. Requin brings his hands together reverently, then smiles evilly. He burned with the art, and the art burned him. The name given him was Ignis, a name respected, then feared, then hated, then punished. Requin gives a rattling wheeze, then claws the air and hisses, apparently imitating Ignis. Taught by one of the last great magi, Ignis was, and an apprentice, Ignis learned much, and nothing at the same time. Requin shakes his head sadly. In his heart, his cold black heart, a fire blazed. It burned, and it hungered. Requin clawed at his chest as if in pain. As it hungered, Ignis hungered. It was his wish to see the plains burn. In the night, Requin hunches down and begins to slowly stalk in the direction of the alley, a mad grin on his face. Ignis came to the alley that was to be Alley of Angles, and in the fire in his eyes, the fire in his heart, both he let out. Requid points at the alley, then flings his arms in the air, silently screaming and laughing at the same time. Flesh ran like wax, people like candles, and Ignis laughed. Requin crumples to the ground, his body racked with imagined pain. An evil was done, and forgotten not. He stands up, then hunches over, looks left, looks right, and starts mumbling, as if secretly in conference with someone. Something was to be done. He stands up stiffly, his face resolute. A punishment was decided. All the hedge wizards, midwives, rune-tellers, copper-pinching witches, all manner of magelings. They came, all, even with the smallest trace of the art, to punish Ignis. Separately, they were flies. He makes a buzzing noise between his rotten gums. Together, dangerous. He hums, then raises his hands. Court Ignis granted his wish. He swirls his hands as if casting a spell. He wished to burn, they granted it, using his own desire to fuel the casting. They made his body a door to the plane of fire. They intended to kill him.
Updated my journal.
Failed. Requin breaks wind again, as if to accentuate the failure of the wizards. Ignis lived, only slept, blanket of flames turned in his eyes as he burned, never happier. He shuts his eyes, wraps his arms around himself and turns slowly, burning, ever burning. His eyes suddenly snap open. One day he will wake, and then the plains shall burn. That's unfortunate. What happened to you? I think we've already asked this. I don't have that much with me. I've got some questions. Questions, answers, blah, 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 blah. I'd like to hear a story. He takes the copper, gums it, then to your surprise he swallows it. Best purse there is. Belly. He gives a reeking wheeze. A story's a story? I want to hear the story about how you were cursed. No, this one. I want to hear the story of the man who came to the city without name or memory and spoke with the cursed storyteller who warned him of the danger of names. Requin stops twitching and scratching for a moment and stares at you. That tale costs nothing, for it is worth nothing, and it is worth nothing that it would be a sad tale indeed. Nevertheless, I would hear it. Where would such a tale begin? Requin grunts, then gives a reeking wheeze that makes your eyes tear up. He seems to be thinking. It would begin with a man waking up in the mortuary, believed dead, but in truth only his memories are dead. Requin nods, then studies you and starts scratching himself violently, as if to give himself scars. Dead, but not dead. No memories, no name. He escapes the mortuary, enters the hive, and speaks to a man who lets his true name slip once and has regretted it. Requin seems hypnotized by your words. Yes, much danger in naming, perhaps. He pauses. Perhaps the man to whom the nameless one speaks is a warning to the danger of names. He seems to chew this over. Perhaps he who has forgotten his name is better off. Is he? Is it better to suffer the truth with all the consequences, or is it better to remain ignorant? Which of these two men is better off? Requin gives a hacking cough, then spits, the spittle green and wet. Then he turns back to you. It is your question, your tale. He speaks slowly. It is you who must answer it. Oh, what do I go for? What do I do? The man who knows his true name is better off, for he knows himself and is a stronger person for it. Requin mulls this over, licking his lips. He begins to nod slowly, then mumbles under his breath as if debating with himself. Eventually, he turns back to you. That is a tale with a moral that tells the teller's morals. He coughs and spits another phlegmy glob onto the cobblestones. A tale that will answer itself in time. In time? Perhaps what happens will happen, and it may be this tale has no answer. It must have an answer, and every tale has an ending. I will refuse to accept it any other way. I do not know. It is not for me to decide. Yeah, this one. I will refuse to accept it any other way. Requin scratches himself for a moment, nodding, then reaches into the folds of his robe and flicks you a coin. For such a tale, a clipped copper. He sneers. No more, for the tale's not finished. A fair price. Very well. Perhaps there are more questions you can answer for me. Alright. I think we're done with you, buddy. Buddy! This bench looks like it's ready to collapse. These barrels are empty. The hoops binding the wood are almost completely rusted. +1 to armor class. These rings are quite common across the plains, simple to make and in great demand. Mages usually create these items as a way to raise quick money. This particular ring has a minor enchantment on it that protects the wearer from harm. Yeah, boy. Why can I only wear one earring? That's what I want to know. I also have a silver ring I can just put on. Because, you know, now I'm like bling bling. Does this game have armor? Tattoo, tattoo, hand, tattoo, chest. What is this? This copper piece has been clipped. Most of the copper has been shaved off. No doubt to keep the appearance. It is a coin, allowing the clipper to use the shaved copper to make another coin. It is worthless. But I can identify it. Armor is stored in the chest. In the chest. Like this chest, or like a chest. What have we got? This okay. Got it. You see a lean, tired-looking man. His clothes reek of dirt and sweat, and he looks out of breath. He ignores you as you approach. He looks like one of the common labourers in the marketplace. Oh, I got a lead. Iron Knolls. Craddock! You see a huge man watching the area with a tight-lipped frown and narrowed eyes. He's hunched slightly, as if bearing a heavy load on his shoulders. The unpleasant smell of sweat and dirt wafts from his clothes. Oh yeah, here's more limlims. Those things that I randomly summoned. Greetings. The man glances down at you, and his frown deepens. Hi, what are you sniffing around here for? Are you Craddock? Mayhap, he studies your face as if trying to recall you. If I am, what's it to you? I come with a message from Bane the Sender. The message states the shipment must be uncursed by the 3rd day, or there will be a penalty. By the hells! Can there be such fools that they think we can miracle it there? Alright then, your message has found its way to the right ears, for all the good it will do. What's the problem? Look around you. Craddock nods at the labourers in the marketplace, then scowls. These laggards and half-wits can barely keep up with the load as it is. And now he's doing in half the time. Do you need any help? I'll tell you what. All my men to show up for work. July's gone missing since this morn. I need him back now. Where did he go? That hive-bred goat is probably passed out in the street somewhere by the smouldering corpse where he should have been here helping us, worthless sod. I can go find him. Oh, you could you? And now why would you do that? You need help, don't you? It doesn't look like you can spare the time to go looking for him, and there's work to be done. Craddock's silent for a moment, then nods. Aye, you find July, you tell him to drag his worthless, bub-ridden hide here, and I'll pay you for your trouble. When you found him. Now get... You said he's likely by the smouldering corpse? Where is that?
Updated my journal.
It's south and east of here. Head through the southeast gate, and then east for about a block. It's got a mess of drunks outside, can't miss it. July is most likely to be found around there. Okay, bye-bye. But I also want to... Oh, no, he doesn't want to talk to me at all. That container is locked, but can I equip this and then attack this?
Forced it.
Yeah, boy. Not that I really needed any of that shit. An old keeper's shop cart. Right, we have a lot of people to talk to. Someone ignores you. She seems extremely interested in what the merchants have for sale. Let her go about. Merchants? This man looks absorbed in studying the goods on display. Sorry to trouble you. Are you a merchant? You see a thin, yellow-skinned humanoid covered in a variety of dazzling tattoos. His eyebrows have been accented with black charcoal lines and his teeth are filed to points. He sees you and waves you over, rattling dice in his hand. Hello. He displays a feral, shark-toothed grin. His eyes are like shiny black orbs. His voice is low and raspy. Gauha greets you as well. You have come to play a game, yes? I have questions. The smile fades in an instant. He shakes his head. No interesting questions have I. Only the game, the turning of the dice. The glint of coin, won or lost, yes? He shakes the bone dice in his palm. You have no interest in these things? Okay. He reaches into his tunic and pulls out a coin. This coin? Your coin. He places it at your feet and pulls out another. This coin? Gauha's. He places it at his own feet, then holds up 2 dice between his thumb and index finger. These dice, we both roll 1, yes? You roll higher? Both coins. He snatches up the coins from the ground and proffers them to you. Yours. Gauha roll higher? He quickly tucks the coppers back into his tunic. Mine. Neither rolls higher? The coin stays for another roll. So, how much coin will lie at your feet? 10. You both roll the dice until Gauha rolls higher. He snatches up your coins, tucking them into his tunic. He seems to hesitate a moment, then speaks. Again, yes? Is something wrong? Gauha regards you closely for a moment, then nods. Never do I indulge in Hashma's folly. Never do I cheat, human. But I see fortune, read it, know it in the face of a man. However, in you I see nothing. I know nothing. You have no luck, no fortune, neither good nor ill. Or you make your own, perhaps. I do not know. He places his dice back into his tunic. We might play later, perhaps, but no more than this moment. What the fuck, dude? Let me win my money back. What an asshole. This woman's mesmerized by what the woman has to say. She doesn't even acknowledge you. No taking backsies. This fellow seems mesmerized by what the woman has to say. He doesn't even acknowledge you. Okay, come on, woman. What do you have to say? This grim-looking woman spares you only a brief glance before returning to her rant on top of the stage. She has a powerful voice that carries across the marketplace, even cutting through the noise made by the merchants and the surrounding foot traffic. Oh, she has nothing to say. I see a merchant. This man's absorbed in studying some goods. What do these lim-lims do? Hello? Lim-lim? Lim-lim! This odd-looking little creature appears both insect and animal in origin. Its legs are oversized, but its arms are small, nearly vestigial, and a brightly speckled half-shell runs down its back. It sports twin pairs of insect-like wings and has tiny black eyes and a mouth that always appears smiling gleefully. Pet the lim-lim. Pio pio. The lim-lim bounces about merrily, its wings buzzing. It seems to enjoy the affection immensely. I pet it more. It still enjoys it. I pet it more. It still enjoys it. Pet it more. Pet it more. Pet it more. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay, I thought that maybe I'd get something for doing it lots. Fine. Hello, merchant. Thus died Wolf in a never-ending lim-lim petting loop. Yeah. If I can pet animals in games, then I'm normally a very happy wolf. A very happy wolf. Jump, lim-lim, jump. The merchant seems to suddenly notice you. Oh, greetings. Would you like to purchase one of these playful, gamboling lim-lims? No, but I had questions. The only questions I'll answer, I'm afraid, are about lim-lims, my lord. What are they? They're from the Outlands, my lord, neither wholly insect or animal. They're friendly, playful, and quite loyal. He takes a sidelong glance at the limlims and then leans closer to whisper, pretty tasty too in a pinch. I'd like to buy one. A limlim will provide its own food, eating insects, tiny rodents and the like. They'll follow you everywhere you go, and are easy to clean up after. They're quiet, exercise themselves with their constant flipping about, and best of all, they leap over 15 feet when prodded with hot coals. One will cost ye but 40 coppers, my lord, a mere pittance for such an entertaining pet and friend. Mort, what do you think? Why not, boss? It'll be fun to kick around when you're down, right? Well, I can kick it vicariously through you at least. I want to see that 15-foot hot coal jump too. I'll take one, merchant. How nice, my lord. Here you are. My own
I couldn't
limlim.
carry anymore, so I had to drop it.
Wait, what did I drop? Talk to item. This is your pet limlim. Noticing it has your attention, it chirps up at you lovingly. Pio. Examine. Your limlim appears both insect and animal in origin. Its legs are oversized, but its arms are small, nearly vestigial. I've already read that. I will pet my limlim. It's very happy. I will put it down to run around a bit.
Can't afford to get caught off guard, Cutter. We sell only top of the line.
Here we are, Basher. I think we can fit you out.
Pick up my limlim. Did I just drop some money? Yeah, I think I dropped that enchanted coin, or the coin I need to identify that smelly man gave me. Yeah. Be careful, you'll let it run around. If you zone transition, it can get stuck and it will get attacked in combat. Okay, I will carry it everywhere with me forever. It will take one of my limited inventory spaces, but I love my new pet limlim. That's the stupid dagger. I got all excited because I thought he would buy stuff from me, but this seedy looking fellow is quick to spot you looking at him. Hey Basher, get over here. Come see what I got for you. What do you have to offer? I can sell shit. He doesn't want most of my shit, but he will have that, and that, and that. My limlim never left my inventory either, and I regret nothing. I regret nothing! Okay, so I can sell 3 things at least. Sell. Done. And now I can pick that back up. And also, whatever this was that I dropped earlier. Wait, Scroll of Armor? Why did I drop that and never pick it back up again? What is wrong with me?
We have the best blades in town.
Also, didn't I drop something else around here as well? Enemy? Oh, this is the guy that's terrified and he's just running away from me forever. Could we please attack him? Wait, if you taunt him, will he try and attack you?
Leatherhead.
Yes.
Die. I'm gone.
Nice. There must always be at least 3 thug battles per map, roll of 3s and all. It seems that way, doesn't it? It sure does seem that way. Right, what else have we got? We have this labourer who doesn't want to do nothing. We have
Can't afford to get cut off.
you. This woman ignores you. We've got you. This toothless old crone reeks of fish and brine. Spying your approach, she gives you a wide pink smile. Fish, my child. Fish heads, mayhap. What are you offering? Why, fish, my silly child. Fish of all sorts, and fish heads for those 2 short of jink for the whole ones. Teeny tiny fish heads. Where do they come from? They're brought to Sigil from all over the plains, my boy. Would you like some? I sell only the head should you be short on jink. I don't need fish, but I had questions. So many spell scrolls. One day you'll find a mage trainer. I really hope so, Mossy, because I found two sets of mages now and no one is teaching me. The first one just tells me to go away. And then the second lot all died in a horrible limb accident. What do you have to offer? I have questions. No answers, I have only fish. Okay, bye. I got some questions. The man breaks in before you can even finish your sentence. You don't believe the deals I got for you today. You're a smart bastard to come to me, you are. Okay. I will sell you this. Just that. You got some scrolls. Oh wait, hang on, what about... Yeah, I got... That'll do, won't it? God, there's so many people here, fucking hell. This attractive young woman smiling and beckoning to passers-by. I have some questions. Sorry, sir, I don't have the time for questions. I must sell what I can before the day is done, for my family is large and hungry. Okay. You peer into the crate. It's full of plates, cups, jugs, tankards, cutlery and the like. They look to be a varying degree of quality, but some of it appears quite nice. As you're looking them over, she presses up against you. See anything you like, sir? Her long waving hair brushing against your shoulder smells faintly like... sweet like vanilla. Where does all this come from? She flashes a wicked grin. My lovers are all burglars, sir. These goods are pilfered from the homes of Sigil's nobles. Upon seeing your expression, she laughs sweetly. A jest, sir, merely. My father and brothers are tinkers. These are wares for which are discarded from the nobles' manors and made good by them once more. I had questions. Oh, sir, but wait. She puts her hand on your forearm, a touch as light as a feather. Are you sure there's nothing you need? Surely something for your own home or a gift? She bites her lip coyly, cocking her head slightly. Well, that is a nice plate right there. What, sir? This one here? No, that... Wait, this is ridiculous. I need no plates. I had questions. She looks so sad, you're nearly stricken with guilt. Slowly she lowers the lid of the crate. Sorry, sir. I have no time for questions. I must sell what I can before the day is done. Okay, bye. Is there anyone else? Oh, who's this? Giscall. You see a spindly-looking merchant with a brush of grey and red stubble across his chin. He wears several layers of brightly coloured robes, so much so that it looks like a flag with arms and legs. He's shaking slightly as you watch. Hello. I, Giscall. He bows and spreads his trembling hands. As he does, you notice his hands and forearm are a twisted mass of black scar tissue, as if they were once badly burned. How did you hurt your hands? Giscall doesn't seem to have heard you. He answers only with spiel, delivered in the same flat monotone. Giscall buy cloth, sell cloth, wash cloth, mend cloth, and... He gestures at his layers of clothing with a shaking hand. Wear cloth. I asked, how did you hurt your hand? Giscall's monotone breaks. Giscall buy cloth, to sell cloth, will wash cloth, and mend cloth, and... He gestures to himself again, but his hands are shaking so badly that he cannot even finish. Why won't he buy my rags off me? I can buy rags off him, but he won't buy rags off me. This is outrageous, Giscall. What do these things do? Usable only by mages. Teaches user armor. To cast the runes of a spell, simply use it as an item. To enter the armor spell into your spellbook, press the copy button. What? Alright, Giscol. I don't really know what happened here, but... whatever. What's this? This is the marketplace. Okay, I think I've done everything here, right? Like this top bit, I mean. So if I swing around here... talk to this guy. He doesn't care about me. Talk to this lady. The woman glances at you again, gives you a nice cold look, then turns away. Miss? She turns again. This time you see a jabber in her hand. Calm down, I had some questions. Why is she so against me? That was... I guess maybe she's been attacked before. This woman sighs miserably, not much worse than living in the hive. You can get penned in the dead bug just for looking at a Burke sideways. If you can stand the bugger's stench, there's a fellow named Requind around here who ought to have some interesting tales to tell you. Yes, I've met him. This is one of those angry people that they just don't like. Here's a harlot. Hello, harlots. You look like you've lost something. Mayhap I can help you find it. Oh? Well, good fortune. We probably lost what we were looking for back at your kip, miss. Maybe you can help me find what I'm missing. Her tone becomes businesslike. Aye, love. Now there's the matter of the finder's fee. How much? Some coppers for a glance at what you're missing and 10 coppers to actually find what you're missing. Done. I think you've found what you're looking for. Come along then, love. I found what I'm looking for. That's it then, Cutter. I had some questions for you, now that I can concentrate. The woman frowns. I'm not a tout. Unless you've got some jink. I can pay you how much? Sounds fair, here's 7. Aye then, she slips the jink into her palm. There's some things I wanted to know. Specifically, I'm looking for Farrod. That'll be thrice the copper for a normal asking. Okay. She gives the coins once over, then shrugs and pockets them. What you'd be wanting to know about old Farrod? At that price, anything you can tell me about him? She shrugs. Chantis he's a collector boss, has a whole bunch of bloods in his shadow. Where can I find him? Now, no one knows for sure, but if I were to suggest a place, love, I'd say Ragpicker's Square. Ragpicker's Square? Aye, a big old heap of rags and trash 3 blocks due west of the mortuary. All the collectors stake their kip there. Chances are Farrod's got a kip there too. What's a collector? You know, them sorts that pick up deaders for jink. Sorry, lots. They gather bodies, why? Because they don't... got the looks to do what I do. Okay. What can you tell me about the Lady of Pain? She spits and makes a half circle around her heart. That bladed witch, all high and mighty, mistress of the city, floating and silent. She kills anyone in her shadow. She tends to the city, aye, and then leaves the things in it to rot. Okay, bye. Alright. Let's go in this house. Maybe there's a mage trainer in here. Small dwelling. It looked massive from outside. I'm going to rob you, lady, okay? Yoink. Oh shit, she's angry at me. I'm sorry, lady. Okay, I am going to reload. Apparently, people get angry at you if you rob them. Lol. Who would have thought? What was my latest quick save? Day 4, 9, 45. Nope. 9:42.
All right.
Hello. You see a plump woman going about her chores. She doesn't notice you enter the room. What are you doing in my house? Don't you have any manners? You don't just go around entering people's houses. I'm sorry, I didn't know anyone lived here. Well, now you know. Please leave and close the door on your way out. I have many chores I still need to finish, and I don't need any more interruptions. Okay, bye.
All right.
Did I save just before I came into this house, or should I talk to this person again? Let's just try very quickly. Oh. Maybe you can help what I'm missing. How much? Done. Follow her. Have some questions. I can pay you. Sounds fair. Things I wanted to know. Barod. Here's 20 commons. Tell me anything. Where can I find him? Replica Square. Also collector. Gather bodies. Why? Goodbye.
Hey, we're being watched, Chief.
I'm gone.
Just look natural.
We're being watched, Chief. I'm gone. Alright, let's have a look at what these people want. Greetings. Glance at you. Okay. There's a poor soul named Reekwind around here, so long as you hold your breath. Blah, blah, blah. A Githzerai? Fucking Githzerai hanging about here. This man slowly turns as you approach. His eyes are like two black stones. They briefly flicker over your frame, then he locks gazes with you. Although this man looks humanoid, he has yellow cast to the skin and gaunt features. He has a thin angular frame. His limbs look like they're made of nothing but strings of muscle knotted around the bone. His clothing is a curious blend of sharp colours and dull, mud-stained browns. Of course, it's plain. I don't really know anything about Planescape, although I guess the Githzerai come from the Astral Sea, right? Which I guess is planar. Greetings. The man remains silent. He does not acknowledge your greeting, merely stares at you. I said greetings. Give it up, Chief. Talking to a Gith is like trying to make good with a razor vine. Let's go. Gith? Yeah, Gith. Mort glances at the Gith, who's still staring at you. We'll talk about it some other time. I'm not ready to leave just yet. I'm going to ask him some questions first. The Gith remains silent, though his black eyes are still locked on you. Can you understand me? He pauses for a moment, studying you, then replies in broken common. You are not known to me. His accent makes it difficult to understand him. It's like he takes every word, snaps it, then drags out every vowel for good measure. The emphasis he places on the word known strikes you as odd. What do you want? I have some questions. I will not hear you. Looks like he's about to walk past you. Block his path. He stops and locks gazes with you again. Before you can speak, there is a whisper of steel and blade suddenly sprouts from his hand. Stand aside. You love the old Gith lore in this game. I will look forward to hearing some more. Could you answer some questions first? Stand aside. I just had some questions. With a hiss, he attacks you. Dude.
What's up?
Kind of shitty of you, but you brought this on yourself.
Your face is just begging to be kicked.
The fuck is this thing? A black Abishai.
I'm gone.
This black-scaled reptile towers to a height of 8 feet. Its great height, however, is offset by its thin, snake-like frame. A long prehensile tail drags behind it, and its leathery wings are hooked behind its back. A strong vinegary smell emanates from the creature, as well as a certain amount of heat. It seems to be ignoring you. Greetings. Be sure to talk to the Abishai. Oh, okay. I will. I will literally talk to everything I possibly can in this game. Whoa, Chief. More cutscene before you can speak to the creature. Bar that. You don't want to be rattling your bone box with any fiend on the street. Leave it be. I want to ask you some questions. No, you don't. Mort glances at the creature, then turns his back to you. Lowers his voice to a whisper. They're touchy. Just let's go. I'll risk it. This black-scaled fiend towers to a height of 8 feet. Yeah, we already heard that. He seems to be ignoring you. Greetings. The creature slowly turns its head to look at you. Its scaled forehead wrinkles into a frown, then opens its mouth, giving a low rasping hiss. You notice that the heat radiating from the creature begins to rise. I would speak with you. The creature opens its mouth, displaying a row of blackened fangs. Fire begins to dance around the shoulders and arms of the creature, and it gives a long, low hiss. I hiss back. The creature roars, then launches itself at you. These things...
Yeah?
Why is everyone so mean in this town?
Your face is just begging to be kicked. My bite's not working on this thing. Damn it.
Die.
My bite's not working on this thing.
Damn.
My bite's not working on this thing. My bite's not working on this thing.
Damn.
My bite's not working on this thing. My bite's not working on this thing. My bite's not working on this thing.
I'm really sorry, Mort, but
My bite's not working on this thing.
it's injured at least.
My bite's not working on this thing. 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 Huh? Slattern. My bite's not working on this thing. My jaw is hanging on by a thread. Would you give me a hand here?
I don't know, man.
Damn it. My bite's not working on this thing.
Why didn't that work?
Okay. What?
No, you... Can you... Use it, Mort.
Damn it. My bite's not working on this thing.
Okay, I have an ability for this.
Spell got disrupted.
Oh, it got disrupted. Oh, come on, man. I don't have any abilities. I can do nothing other than...
I'm gone.
What's up, Chief?
Oh, he comes back with 1 fucking health. Why is all this stuff on the floor? Mort. When a character dies, they drop all their loot. That's outrageous. Alright, new plan.
What's the word, Chief?
Mort,
Sure, why not?
you run away.
What's up?
Now do this.
Hi, Dad.
Oh, it didn't work. Fuck.
Yeah.
Do it again.
I'm hurt.
Stinkers.
Uh...
Huh? What's up, Chief?
Can you please cast your spell on him?
Face is just
Right.
begging to be kicked. What's
Please.
the word, Chief? Flies wouldn't even rest on your carcass.
Right, now you attack.
What's up? Good as
You
done.
run away. Keep running, Mort. Do 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 do. Mort, run back! Oh, that could have gone better.
Done.
Okay, come over here. Raise the dead. Again. I think that's the last time I can do it.
Yeah.
You need to taunt him.
Even 50 swigs of brandy wouldn't make you look good.
You need to attack him.
Huh?
And you
Okay.
need to keep running. Fuck's sake, Mort.
Don't let it end like this.
Don't let it end like this. Okay, Mossy, I'm not listening to
Worse than last time.
I'm not listening to you ever again. What were we at? 10. 9:48. Day 4, 9:48. I think this one. But where
Alright.
would you said talk to him, not I didn't attack him. He attacked me. You can also just continue here if you don't want to reload. Diane doesn't do anything to you real. Yeah, but it made me lose all my loot, right? I don't want to lose all my shit. This was the nice Githyanki person. Okay. Greetings. I said greetings. Gith. Okay, I'll leave you alone. And then we'll talk to this guy. Greetings. I wanted to ask you some questions. Okay, I'll leave it alone. She talks about Reekwind. Well, if it ain't my very own Dark Saviour, took your time in coming around, you did. I was starting to think you wouldn't be coming at all. She starts rummaging around in a belt pouch. Wait patiently. Good and dead, just like you said he'd be. And that's how I like him. Here's your blood money, Cutter. That ring I promised you. Fare you well. Wait, I had a questions. No, Cutter, it's been a good long time. It has. But I still best not be seen talk to you. He had friends, you know, and I think they have a feeling about what happened. We won't speak again. But... So she gave me a ring? Okay. This person has nothing of interest to say. The man frowns, no time to be rattling me bone box with strangers. How do I know where I am? Oh, is this where I am? So I think I've done the hive. I've done dangerous alleys. This is where I am now. Okay. The torment symbols were... Is that the torment symbol? Lol. I should probably know that, shouldn't I? Do any of these people say anything other than... I have some questions. Oh, maybe this guy can... If I say greetings... I wish I could read that. It's so small. Mort, can you translate what he's saying for me? I'd sooner be strained through a tannery's bowels than unravel what that floating goat heads are trying to say. You want a translator? Find a sigil native. Okay. He waits patiently. Bye-bye. Oh, here's a collector. This man is draped in filthy, tattered brown robes, a long hood concealing most of his face from view. Hello. You see his eyes narrow beneath his hood and he takes a step back. What do you want? What are you doing? I'm looking for some damn bodies that I'm trying to do. Oh, that's quite a cool, like, in-game way of all the bodies getting cleared up when you fight all the thugs and shit. Because they disappear and I guess the idea is the collectors go around, like, just lugging them and getting some money. You think the dead powers had packed up their kip and left the plains, the way people are staying healthy and all. There's a sudden gleam in his eye. We had a pox last month and it was a glorious time it was. Bodies stinking to the high heavens and plenty of jink to be had too. I'm fueling the dusty engine. Maybe I should join them. Maybe I'll get like a commission, given that I'm sending so many people to them. Why are you looking for bodies? Look surprised. Why you haul blighters to the mortuary? There, you talk to the dusties, haggle a little and get a few bits of jink. Why did they buy the bodies? They gather the dead. It's their job. They pay us to cover more area and bring any bodies we find to them. Then they make sure that the blighter's body goes to its proper place or gets cremated. They're all serious about it. They're balmy philosophy. But it just means more jink for me. What is this place? You're in the Hive, of course. Dirtiest bit in all of Sigil. Where you from, Cutter? You from the Prime or something? Have questions. I have some for ye then. Like, what did you want to know and how badly did you want to know it? I'm looking for a man named Farad. Look around you, Cutter. I don't make enough jink to go lighting up the dark for nothing. It'll take a bit of coin if you want the chant. Here's 10. Ask you questions. Can't say I'll help, but I might. I'm looking for Farad. Farad? What about him? You seem suddenly wary. Why? Farad, huh? He spits, sneering contemptuously. Ragpicker Square, his sharegraves, me boss's territory, see? Farad and his dogs came in a whiles back and tried to oust us. We fought him off, we did. So they're all in hiding somewhere now. We still catch one of his lads every now and then in the square. Usually we turn him into a quick spotted jink at the mortuary, the piking sods. Tell me about Sharegrave. He's my boss, casts his shadow over the whole mess of collectors, he does. I'd stay away from him unless you've got right good cause to talk to the man. I've never spoken to him personally myself. Alright. Couple of hive dwellers with nothing important to add.
I'm gone.
In a loud, booming voice, Braskin asks, "What in the name of the abyss are you doing in my house? Leave now before I make you even more ugly than you already are." Alright, dude. God, people are so mean. I'm so used to just walking to people's houses.
Right.
Why don't people in Sigil like me just walking into the house and taking their stuff? Doesn't make any sense. You're just a normal Crier of Essenon. Streams of tears have carved channels down this man's dust-covered face. He looks to be a monk or a holy man of some sort, but the dirt covering on his body makes it nearly impossible to see the man beneath. He's chanting and rolling his head back and forth. It looks like some sort of ritual. Hello. The man stops his friend as he chants and glares at you with his tear-rimmed eyes. He opens his parched mouth to speak, but all he can manage is a withered croak. Why are you crying? His voice is so hoarse that it sounds like he's been without water for days. As you watch, a tear trickles down his face. I am a crier of Essanon. Essanon? Who is that?
Updated my journal.
Who is Essanon? The man throws back his head and gives a rasping laugh. It sounds brutal and defeated. Essanon is not a man, but a city. Why do you cry for a city? We cry its name because Essanon must not be forgotten. All the cries of Essanon carry this burden. You mourn a city? Why do you do such a thing? Because its name is all that remains, its avenues of light, its great spiralling parks. When it was laid waste and reduced to a memory, only three score of its people survived. It was our duty to see that its name was remembered across the plains. Many criers of Essanon have died for the sake of remembering. Many. If it places you and the others at risk, why don't you stop? The tears I shed, the dust that cloaks me, these things are as nothing compared to what awaits should I give up my sacred burden. We must see to it that the name is remembered. We are living memorials to its passage. If that's so, then what happens if you all die? A fresh tear springs to the crier's eye. Even his dust-caked face cannot disguise his look of despair. I do not know. We criers of Essanon cannot mourn it forever. Even now the dust clings to our robes, the spit dries in our mouths, our bodies wither and die. Can I help you? You are kind to ask, the crier shakes his head. Unless you can immortalize Essanon, there is no help to be had. Does it have to be you that cries Essanon's name? Does it matter? Another man might cry the name, but then he too would die. A tear slowly forms in the corner of his eye, then begins to trickle down his cheek. There is nothing to be done. When the cries of Essanon die, so dies Essanon. What about a tombstone? The crier blinks. Tombstone? It's a stone that records a man's name, his life, and a eulogy. If it serves a man, could it not also serve as a city that died? Stones may do such things? Yes, and their lifetime is much longer than a man's. If its name was carved on stone, would Essanon's memory be served? The man pauses. Would others see this name? Yes, it would be there for all to see, long after you have died. The man nods. If such a thing were possible, where would you find such a stone? I could go look for one. If I find one, I could see that Essanon's name is carved upon it. You would do this? The man's eyes water up again. You would be setting all the cries of Essanon free, but a score of us remain. The burden of remembering would be over after so many years. I would do so. I will return when the name is carved.
Updated my journal.
Updated my journal. So all I need to do is go to the stone where people die and ask them to... Are they attacking me?
What's up?
Why?
Oh, you alley-bred dog. You know, if I gotta slam my eyeballs against you one more second, I'm gonna puke. Yeah? These stinkers. That? Huh?
Gonna get ya. I'm gonna get ya.
Oh, you alley-bred dog.
I'm gone.
I'm gone.
What? Imbecile.
Done.
What's up, Chief?
I'm back to having too much shit.
Sure, why not?
Done.
Which is a sorry state of affairs, isn't it? Alright, what did we have? We had this door. Small dwelling. Hello, sir. See a pale man standing in the middle of the room. He's hunched over and doesn't look well. Hello. I feel terrible. What happened? I'm not sure, but I think a bit of rest will do me good. Can you please leave me alone? Okay.
Done.
I just had to check. Just had to check if that man had anything worth stealing. I mean, looking at. I mean, investigating. Harlot Collector. Oh, those thugs are all back. Creedon. This foul-looking man is quick to notice he's caught your attention. In moments, he's upon you, hawking his wares. He carries a long wooden pole. Dozens of skinned and cooked rats dangle from it. As he speaks, he gestures to them with a broad, filth-encrusted hand, smiling a yellowed, snaggle-toothed grin all the while. Oi, Cutter, how you doing there? What sort of delicious rat seeds is you interested in this fine day? I have a question for you. He shoulders his rat pole. What's your question, Cutter? Who are you? What, me? Why, I'm Creedon, sometimes called Creed, the butcherer of rats. He smiles grandiosely, exposing ill-matched rows of yellowed, broken and crooked teeth. You certainly seem friendlier than most around here. Well, Cutter, I try. Result of my business, I think. Most folks around here are a peery and downright unfriendly lot, but I want every Cutter to know that Creedon's always got a warm smile and a piping hot, fresh-cooked ratsy for him. He winks at you. I want a fresh, hot, warm-cooked ratsy. Had some other questions. He shoulders his rat pole casually. What's your question, Cutter? What's that building behind you? He tosses a glance over his shoulder. That's the Office of Vermin and Disease Control, Cutter. I sell my rat tails there for jink, then cook the little blighters up and sell them. Someone pays for the tails of those rats? That's right, Cutter. There's a Burke in the Office of Vermin and Disease Control, names a Lort, who pays a bounty on him. A copper an head, tail. They gotta be brain vermin, they do, not just ordinary rats. Brain vermin? Aye, Cutter, brain vermin. Foul creatures they are. Now your normal rats, they just eat stored goods and multiply, spread disease and all that. A nuisance really, no more. Your cranium rat though, brain vermin, what I go after, they're just trouble. Once you get more than a handful of the little pikers together, they start to get smart on you, sometimes real smart. They become more intelligent. Sure as I'm standing here before you, they do. If I ran across any more than 2 score of them, I'd flee for me case just that. He snaps to emphasize the point. You get that many of them in a pack, why they get as smart as a man they do. Go on. Here's my best advice for you, Cutter. If you're bent on catching brain vermin, stick to small packs, a dozen or so at most. But I'll tell you, he steps close, his breath fetid in your face, and speaks in a hushed tone. You've run into more than that. More than a couple dozen. You've run like you're in the shadow of the lady. Why? What is there to fear? Sorcery, Cutter, sorcery. You get enough of those little fiends in a space, they gain all sorts of odd powers. Make a bash's brain pour out his ears, they will. Downright frightening. It's just wrong, I tell you. That's why Sigil's so eager to be rid of him. The bounty and all. Sigil? Aye, Sigil, the cage, what we're standing, looking at. Why do you call it the cage? He shakes his head and laughs, causing the dead vermin on his rat pole to wiggle about. You see, Cutter, it's on account of all the doors. Some folk call Sigil the City of Doors. Magical doors there are. And everywhere too. They lead to anywhere, and I mean anywhere. But here's the trick of it. They're all locked, so it's more a cage than anything else. You can only come and go if you have the right key. Tell me about the keys. The ratcatcher peers quizzically at Mort, who floats beside you. A Cutter would think you'd just ask me your Mimir for dark like that, he would. Mort seems taken aback as the eyes fall on him. What? What? You get the impression that, had he lips, he'd be whistling innocently. Do you have an explanation, Mort? Well, I say we hear this man out, yeah? Mort turns and stares hard at the Ratcatcher. No, let's hear what you have to say, Mort. Oh, come on, Chief. Why would I hold out on you? I told you everything useful I know. Let's just get back to this Burke's tale on the whole thing. Mort's suspicious. Brain vermin are cute, are they? They sound dangerous to me. Let there be lights! The Ratcatcher, staring at you both in confusion and scratching his head, suddenly realizes he's the focus of attention once more. He shakes off the puzzled expression and recomposes himself. Hey-hoo, you want a sort of chant, you do. Well, I'll give you the short of it all. The cage is full of doors. These doors are everywhere, all throughout the city of Sigil. But you can't see them, not unless you have the right key. Each door has its own key, and each key is different. One key might be a real key, brass and all right, but another could be, say, a cooked rat, or a little jig he does in front of the door. Once you have the right key, you step on through and go to wherever the door takes you. How would you know where a door leads? He frowns, mulling the answer over in his head. Chances are, if you knew the key, you'd know where the door leads already. If you opened one accidentally, you just have to be careful, you would. You could try sticking your head in it and taking a peek, but some doors will suck you right in. You could end up in all manner of foul places, Cutter. Mark my words. How do you know what key opens what door? He shrugs, bobbing the rat pole and setting the cooked vermin jangling about once more. You just have to ask the right people. People who know the dark about that sort of thing, I suppose. See, some doors stay still and some move. It'd drive a bloody barmy trying to keep track of them all. And I don't use doors much myself, so I won't be of much help to you. Let me ask something else. Tell me about Sigil, tell me about the house. Yeah, do you know someone named Farrod? Farrod? Why would a Dakota be looking for a man like that? I just need to find him. He's the head of a pack of collectors, he is. He moves about all the time, probably to avoid trouble. Calls someplace in Ragpicker's Square, his case, most likely. He's a right crafty fellow, the Farrod. The Cutter had best watch himself around that fellow. I find it quite hard to read out loud because it's all written in their accent. Like, it's easy to follow reading in my head, but reading it out loud, like, I have to take a second to, like, understand what they're saying. Where is Ragpicker Square? I'll show you, Cutter. Just hand me your map. The man points it out to you, leaving a large, greasy fingerprint in the process. Thanks. You mentioned collectors? A Burke can gather corpses and haul them to the mortuary. The dustmen will pay him copper for a deader, I believe. Collectors do this for a living, usually looting the newly dead as well and selling their corpses. He lowers his voice and scans his surroundings quickly. I heard that some of them help a Burke get lost, if you know what I mean. Wicked folk they are. Lost? Dead, Chief. Dead. What do you say about people paying for dead rats? That's right, Cutter. There's a Burke in the Office of Vermin and Disease Control, name's a Lort, who pays a bounty on him. A copper a dead tail. A copper a dead tail, it is a... But they got to be brain vermin, they do, not just ordinary rats. Tell me more about Lort. His name's Phineas. Phineas Lort. Think he was some sort of eye-up, he was. Put down by his rivals and stuck here in the arse end of Sigil. The Burke sits in there alone, all the night and day. Waiting for folk to bring in tales and paying them bounty. You know the best part? Poor sod must be allergic to rats, because he's always got a huge rash going on. Oh, powers that praised, I ain't that fella. Put down? Any idea why that would happen? Well, he's right chatty, he is. All rattle at his bone box for hours on just how smart he is and the like. Mayhap he's got something to do with it. What do you tell me about the Lady of Pain? Aye, the Mistress of Sigil. I don't talk about that Lady, Cutter, and you shouldn't go asking about it neither. It'll bring ill luck on you, it will. He makes a semicircular sign over his chest. Let me ask you something else. Tell me about the Hive. My very own home and a place of business. What were you looking to find out? Why is it called the Hive? The ratcatcher scratches his chin, his fingers leaving oily smudges behind. A number of stories about that there are. As I understand it, there's a cluster of buildings somewhere, a tangled mess of shacks and ruins that serves as a gathering ground of sorts. It was called the Hive, and so that's where the slum's sole ward takes its name from. A gathering ground for who? The man's friendly demeanour turns into a scowl. Troublemakers, Cutter. Even if you could find the place, I'd recommend you steer away from it. That's all I'll say. He wipes his nose with a sense of finality, the scowl now gone. What's of interest around here? I'm not sure what you're interested in, Cutter. Let me know and mayhap old Creedon can point you in the right direction. I'm looking for work. Not much work in the Hive, really. Most folks just busy themselves with getting food and staying alive. You could gather deaders like the Collectors, or you could hunt brain vermin for a bounty. Okay, bye. He touches your arm. I see you're leaving, Cutter, but before you go, would ye like a nice, delicious ratsy? One for the road, you might say? Why not? Good, Cutter, good. What sort would you like? He points to each in turn with a grimy fingernail. I got them baked, spiced, boiled, and charred. All fresh, all scrumptious. And only 3 copper for 2. I would like a charred rat, please. You hand over your copper and in one swift motion he runs a pair of charred rats through with a wooden skewer, unhooks them and places them in your hand. Enjoy, Cutter. Eat the ratsy. The rat is burnt and crispy outside, but tender and juicy within. It is a bit greasy and rather rich, tasting of some other meat you're sure you've had before. The man looks at you expectantly. Did you like? Would you like another? Okay, I'll have another. Good, Cutter. What sort would you like? He points in turn. I got the baked spice, but only 3 copper for 2. Wait, hang on. Am I stuck in an infinite loop of eating rats now? I'll try spiced. Eat the ratsy. Rat meat is aromatic and quite spicy, apparently marinated in some sort of herbal mixture before being cooked. It is a bit greasy and rather rich tasting, blah 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 blah. It was good, but I had a question for you. He shoulders his rat pole casually. What's your question? Nothing, farewell. No thank you. That guy just tried to attack me, but I ran in here quickly. Ha 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 ha.
All right.
I don't think he's looking.
Forced it.
Open. What's the word, Chief? Sure, why not?
All right.
Yeah. This board has a number of rat tails pinned to it. This pan stinks of blood and dead rat. Alright, bruh. You see a squat man with rash-covered skin and several pustules covering his face. His clothes seem to mark him as some sort of official, but they're dirty, wrinkled, and covered with rat hair. As you watch, he idly scratches himself with his stubby fingers. Hello. Aye! The little man shrieks and jumps, startled. Clutching his heart, he takes a deep breath and pushes his spectacles upon his rash-ridden nose. Yes, yes. And what is it that I can do for you? He scratches his nose and then looks you up and down, studying your scars. I have little to do in the till. Little to nothing in the till, so if you come to plunder the premises, this locale is ill-chosen. I'm not here to plunder the premises. Who are you? I am the respected Phineas T. Lort, the 39th, in charge of the Hive branch of the Office of Vermin and Disease Control. It is my distinguished privilege, he scratches his chest and puffs up, to inform you that we, in the bureaucratic sense of the word we, meaning to encompass the sigil bureaucracy as a whole, are accepting bounties on all manner of vermin and strays that infest the... He scratches again. Fair streets of Sigil, hub of the multiverse, and the city which sits at the centre of all things, the city by which all other cities are measured. Bounties?
Updated my journal.
Yes, yes, we in the bureaucratic sense of the word we, meaning to encompass sigil bureaucracy as a whole, are accepting a tangible proof of the eradication of brain vermin, aka cranium rats, from the hive area where they've clustered quite thickly for the past many years. As a recent census of the vermin population has shown, I am empowered by the sigillian bureaucracy to pay a bounty of, he puffs up dramatically, 1 copper common per cranium rat delivered to my branch office. Cranium rats? Cranium rats are a species of vermin that become more intelligent the more of them are in close proximity to each other. 1 cranium rat alone is but a nuisance that chews up boards and burrows into food, but 5, 10 or more, and their intelligence grows until it surpasses even the intelligence of one such as myself. Scratches, then sniffs disdainfully. I imagine that 2 or 3 cranium rats might be enough to outwit you, sir. How many cranium rats are in sigil? More than enough to last a bounty hunter a lifetime, perhaps several. What are you doing here? Well, this is quite an epic tale, you see. I was born here in sigil. It literally makes you rest. Oh, that's funny, man. And then I realised that I had somehow offended my colleagues, for I found myself promoted to this branch office and have remained here for these past many years. He sighs, then idly scratches his nose. I had some other questions. Is that rash of yours contagious? My rash? Contagious? No, no. Well, at least I don't think so. It's a symptom of the position, I'm afraid. The job literally grows on you. He scratches himself again. Tell me about the cranium rats. Tell me more about the cranium rats. The more of them are in proximity, the more formidable they become. Some gain the ability to cast magical spells. They can resist magic effects hurled at them, and they can employ some cunning tactics. As you can understand, we're anxious to reduce their numbers in Sigil. Okay, bye. What's through this door? It's locked and I will need a key. Quick save.
Failed. Done.
That's unfortunate. Sorry for trying to bash your door down, Phineas.
What's up?
Enemy sighted, but why?
Your sheer ugliness stabs pain into my eyes. Yeah? Choke on a bone, you witless ape.
My guy's just decided to stop attacking, apparently.
Huh? Stupid yabo.
Stupid yabo.
I'm gone.
My inventory is full. Okay, so I've done everything around here.
What?
Dude! I promise you won't win. Why didn't that work?
She has the personality of a patch of razor vine and twice as ugly.
All right. I'm gone.
Who are you? This broad-shouldered woman is shuffling about among the huge beams lying on the street. She kicks at the beams with iron-shod boots. Every once in a while, she bends down and wrenches a nail from one of the boards with her bare hands. She holds each one up, appraising it, then drops it into a leather sling bag. Hello. She straightens up, hearing your approach. She's smiling politely, but from her stance and the way her hand rests close to the hilt of her weapon, you can tell she's ready for trouble. You notice one of her eyes has a milky film over it. That's close enough there, Cutter. What do you need from me? I have questions. Ask away. Who are you? She pulls 3 nails from a sling bag, tossing them spinning into the air and catching them in her palm. Iron Knolls, they call me. She drops them back into the bag with a muffled clink. Why are you collecting the nails? I sell them to a man, named Hamries, in the lower ward, maker of coffin seers. Tell me more about Hamries. There's not much to say. He's a bit chatty. He'll rattle his bone box till you barmy if you let him, but a fair bargainer. He needs the nails and I need the jink, and that's about as far as it goes. Where is the lower ward? Oh, I used to know the way I did, but the Debus have changed the streets around again. Didn't know how to get there. I don't know how to get there now. I'll need to chart a new path, but I figure the Dabus will straighten things out eventually. The Dabus? Hi, Dabus, the lady's servants. She looks at you puzzled. You must be new to Sigil. Tell me more about these Dabus. They work all over the city doing the lady's will, always building and rebuilding they are, using what's fallen or torn down to make something new. The lady? Niles frowns at you. Oh, no you don't. I won't be saying anything more about her than I already have. She traces a semicircle over her heart with a finger. Take my advice, Burke. Don't go asking around about the lady. What are you doing? I was collecting nails. Where does all the wood come from? Here and there, I suppose. Sometimes Davos drops the stuff off and I go through it before another pack comes to fetch it away. Probably rubble from the buildings or walls they're putting up or tearing down. What can you tell me about this place? Look, Cutter, I've got a lot of work to do. The nails aren't finding their way into my bag while I'm spilling chant with you. Why don't you pick another Cutter's brain box about it for a time? I'm looking for a man named Farad. Aye, I heard the name I have. Head of a pack of collectors or so I hear. Not sure where a body you'd find him, though. You may want to try Ragpicker Square. It's north and west of here. A whole mess of collectors call Kip there. I see. I see. Oh, here's some dudes. Ash Mantle. You see a dustman in long black robes and a pale face. Unlike the dustman you saw in the mortuary, however, this man looks confused and is glancing about, as if looking for something. When he spots you, he raises his hand to attract your attention. Hello. The man seems relieved that you're speaking to him. He bows slightly. Thanks for hearing me, traveller. I am known as Ashmantle, one of the Dustmen sect. I was wondering if you could direct me. I don't know the area very well, and I'm looking for a certain establishment, a bar that those of my sect frequent. Do you know of such a place? Sect? You're a Dustman, don't you mean faction? The Dustman nods. Well, yes, faction. I meant faction. Sect, faction. They're much the same thing, really. Do you happen to know of the bar that my faction frequents? The bar you want is by the mortuary. Orient yourself by the mortuary front gates. Then walk directly southwest. You can't miss it. Thank you very much, traveller. I appreciate your kindness. The people of the Hive are rarely helpful in such matters. Can I ask some questions? I'm looking for a man named Farad. Do you know him? That name is not known to me. Okay. What can you tell me about the area? This area, well, there is a market to the northwest, I believe, and some government office to the southwest. The Vermin Control Office, I think. You seem to know this area very well. The Hive is a large place. I know some areas, but not others. Can you tell me about the Dustmen? He pauses for a moment, then nods. It would be my pleasure. We, the Dustmen, recognize this life for what it is, an opportunity to experience our passions before the next life. We sift through the dust of our past lives for meaning before the next. That's no Dustman cant I've ever heard. Who are you? The man nods a little uncomfortably. Why, I am Ashmantle, one of the Ninth Circle. Ninth Circle? There is no such thing. He suddenly tenses up. I don't have time to debate the practices and rankings of the Dustmen sect with you, so if you'll excuse me. Who are you really? He takes off, suddenly running. Damn it. Wait, what? Why am I fighting him?
What's up, Chief? Stupid yabo.
Sorry dude, I guess you die. I'm not sure why.
I'm gone.
He had a knife and a bracelet. I'm fighting him to stop him from running. Yes. I don't really know what happened, I'll be honest.
What's the word, Chief? Sure, why not?
I was just like, who are you? Why are you pretending to be a thing? And he's like, I gotta run away. No, just tell me. I need law. Oh well, never mind. I'm sure he wasn't important. Who's next? Angry, Nameless, Mort, Harlots, Thugs, Dabus. That's where I already went in. Near Am. This old woman stands silently by the wall, staring off into the distance. She seems to be unconcerned with the flow of traffic around her and clutches a wooden pole from which dozens of small fish are dangling. Hello. Oh, hello, sir. She squints at you for a moment, trying to discern your identity. Oh my, here I was thinking you're one of my regular customers. She prefers a fish pole. Tuna, sir? Mackerel? Sea cucumber? No fish, thanks. I had questions. Her mouth presses down into a tight-lipped frown and she stares off over your shoulder. Can you tell me about this area? She shakes her head, mouth closed tightly, and continues to look over your shoulder. Each time you try to catch a glance of what she might be looking at, you turn back to find her staring at you for the briefest moments. What, do I look familiar to you? Goodness, no. Aye, you do. Have you seen me before, then? I think you were a man with your very likeness, sir. 'Twas so long ago. Tell me. Well, sir, you see, my sight's not so good now. 'Twasn't back then, neither, but I thought I saw you walking past with a small group trailing along behind you. What did these people look like? It's hard to say, sir. 'Twas so long ago, and you walked so quick-like, but I remember now, the way you held your head up. There was a woman following you, trying to stop you, to get you to turn around, speak to her, but you pushed her away. What happened? Beautiful woman she was, looked so sad, so angry, all at once. She stood there for a moment, then followed along behind you just the same, hustling to catch up. You said there was a group? Who else was there? She shrugs. There was at least 2 other gentlemen with you, sir, and the only one I remember too clearly, though, was tall, thin, reeked of bub, he did. I smelled him from across the way. Looked like he hadn't bathed in ages, too. He followed you close, he did, and never said a word. Acted like the woman wasn't even there, even when she bumped against him trying to stop you. That's all I remember, sir. Have some copper for your time. I will give you 20 copper coins. She stares at the heaping handfuls of coins for a moment as if unsure what to do. You hold them a bit closer and she finally takes them, laughing uneasily. Oh my. Why, thank you, sir. May the lady's shadow pass over you, and fortune always find you. Please come and visit me anytime. Okay, bye-bye.
Done.
Dumb. That's a tout, that's a harlot. Dweller, Dabus. Oh, apparently we're going somewhere else now. Player's Maze. Oh, so this is the city, I'm guessing. And then these are all like anywhere else I go. All these other little bits. So done. No, done. Doing this one. I see. Hey, Mossy, where was the vendors? Which bit? Here? Or was it those vendors that I just saw? Southwest, so this bit, where I just was. Okay, so actually I have a lot of stuff that they don't actually want to buy, right? Unless different people buy different things? I don't really know. What did you... I have come over to see your blades, yes. Oh, you do. Oh, okay, so I think different people buy different things. Got it. So I can sell that. Oh, some of these things sell for fuck all, actually. Why am I carrying rusty daggers around when they sell for one copper? Actually, you have a ton of stuff that he'll buy. Nice. Wooden clubs sell for nothing. Wooden clubs sell for nothing. They can go on the floor. What else sells for nothing? Sledgehammer sells for 1, but I think I need to identify that, right? I need to identify that. Iron spike, leather straps, junk. Do I need to keep those for anything? The iron spikes I can just get rid of, I think. They're worthless. And the skull as well, probably. I can probably just dump all those on the ground as well, right? Dump, dump, dump. Alright.
See the shine on that? See the edge on it? I tell you what, Cutter, that'll do you, your business.
Oh, I don't know if I talked to this guy. The older merchant has a worldly look to him. His deep voice is gentle but confident. Ah, hello there. Are you ready to sample some of the most delectable treats from across the plains, my good man? All manner of delicacies to delight your palate, my good man. Borean fire seeds, garbar root, Elysian pears, crimson lotus petals, Bitopian shepherd's bread, shift spice from the chaos of limbo, and sea plums that are what I have at the moment. Merely 5 coppers for a taste of anything you'd like. What do fire seeds taste like? I can only suggest you try it, my good man, see for yourself. What does garu taste like? I can only suggest you try it. Well, fuck you, I don't want to try any of it. You're a merchant. What do you sell? You will buy my silver ring off me. Marvelous. Try it all, but he wants me to buy shit. Oh, okay. Purchase something. Try some fire seed. Don't swallow them, simply spit them out when they're finished tingling. Put them in your mouth. The seeds, sweet and tasting faintly of cinnamon, become warm and tingle in your mouth. It takes a moment for you to realise they've actually burst into flame. Soon, however, the sensation dies out and you spit them into the gutter. Garbar root. He offers a small brown cube of what looks to be a rubbery vegetable matter. It's quite chewy. Do not swallow it, but spit it out when it's no longer has taste. Put it in your mouth. The root, initially quite hard and difficult to chew, has a sweet syrup. Wait, let's roleplay this. I have some something root. It has a sweet syrupy taste. It's now soft and gummy. Oh no, the flavor's died. I'll try a pear. He prefers you the largest, juiciest looking pear you've ever laid eyes on. These are my favourites, the old merchant chuckles. So sweet, reminds me of my youth. Eat the pear. There's nothing supernatural about this pear's flavour, but it may very well be the best you've ever had. I'll try some petals. The old man offers you what looks like small brownish red flakes. Upon closer inspection, they are revealed to be dried flower petals. These may make you a bit dizzy, my good man, so take care once you've eaten them. The petals melt quickly on your tongue. leaving behind an odd but not quite unpleasant aftertaste that you can't place. Despite the old merchant's warning, however, you don't feel the slightest bit disorientated. He seems slightly disappointed to see it has no effect on you. I'll try bread. He offers you 2 thick slices of spiced nut bread. They're very aromatic, smelling of carrots and almonds. The bread tastes much as you expected of carrot and almonds. It is slightly sweet and light, leaving you hungry for more of the stuff. I will try shift spice. He dangles a tiny paper packet before you. Wet your fingertip and place it into the spice, then simply lick it from your finger. Each dip should taste slightly different. Try some. You finish off the entire packet in a matter of 9 or 10 licks. As promised, each taste provides you with a different flavour. Seems to last about as long as the flavour in average chewing gum. Yeah, true. I think they're getting worse as well, you know. They're getting, like less and less. I remember when I was a child and chewing gum used to last forever. I'm joking, it didn't. There are some brands where the flavour does last for about 10 seconds though. I'll try sea plum. He hands you a small plum of an odd blue-green colour. Don't worry, they're pitless. Eat the whole of it. Eat. The plum's rind is slightly bitter and extremely sour, enough to make one grimace and shudder, but the fruit's meat is remarkably sweet. Eaten together, they complement each other well. I don't need anything else. Okay, there we go. I ate everything. She was the plate seller. Alright. Right, we sold our shit. We can go back down here now, right?
Come on off with you there, let's go.
Alright, Governor, don't dawdle then.
All right.
All right. No, game. Why you do this? Why you do this all the time? Game. My game crashed. I become the eater of things and the crasher of games. My new favourite title. Wolf, crasher of games. Luckily, I remember to quick save a lot. To be honest, it seems to always be when I go to the map screen. And by always, I mean both times it's happened so far. It's when I look at the map. Maybe I should always remember to save before I look at the map as well. So done, done, done. Now I am here. That is to the southwest portion of the hive.
All
Nope.
right.
Right, what have we got here? The man frowns as you approach. No time to be rattling. Blah, 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 blah. I keep to myself, Burke. It looks like you ought to be doing the same. Okay. Smouldering Corpse is my favourite tavern in the hive. That's a Gith. Hey, Gith. Greetings. I said greetings. Leave the Gith alone. Okay. Am I going to rebuy all the food? No, because this is after I tried it all. I quick saved literally just before I transitioned. I transitioned and then it immediately crashed, so I've already bought all the food. I will leave her be. Is there anyone important around here? Not really. Greetings, sir. Okay, bye. Jehalai. Hello, Jehalai. You see a thin man with stained clothes, a hooked nose and 2 stubby horns jutting from his forehead. He's stumbling about and muttering to himself. He stinks of brine, vomit and cheap wine. Hello. Was it? What? Are you Jehalai? If so, Craddock needs you back at the marketplace. Craddock? The man's eyes widen. Ah, Craddock, me generous boss. Well, you can tell him this. He can pike off, and that he's a filthy dog, a cur of the lowest sort, and July's not a-working for him anymore. He jabs you with his finger. Tell him that. I'll tell him from a distance. Farewell. Alright, I have a few things to do, actually. Let's go tell him that, then we'll run up through...
All right.
Run up through the alleyway so that we can carve that guy's name on the stone, or his city on the stone. I found Jehalai. Is that right? Where is he then? He said to pike off that you were a cur of the lowest sort and that he wasn't going to work for you any longer.
Updated my journal.
Craig's face turns a bright red, and his face cracked into a snarl. Damn be his name. May all the evils in the plains hound his footsteps. A blistering stream of insults, threats, and speculation about Jalai's family roots issue from Craddock's mouth.
New taunts, alright.
Ooh, Maud clicks his teeth together as Craddock builds up steam. You can almost hear him taking notes inside his skull. Craddock finishes his tirade with a grunt. Damn that Jalai. I could fill in for him if you need help. Ye? Ha, you wouldn't. Well, mayhap you can. It's hard work and there's no drink on my watch. Okay. The work is long, but at the end of the shift, you are not the least bit tired. Craddock grunts as you return. You did well enough. Here's your pay. Toss you a handful of coins. Now get. Okay. I got an achievement. I reached good alignment. I'm a good boy. I'm a good boy. Good. Well done, me.
Done.
I ain't taking rusty daggers no more. Now that I know their true worth. Which is, and I quote myself, fuck all. Sounds very lively in that place for saying there was no one there. You know? We need to come up here, wasn't it? Who is it that... I guess maybe this game? Death of Names? You see Death of Names, he's standing at the monument. Hello, I'd like to bury a name. Essanon.
Updated my journal.
The coppers fall into Death of Name's hand, and he tucks his arm back to his sides. His eyes, now suddenly alive, roll to the back of his head, then snap forward and begin scanning the monolith and walls of the memorial area. He catches sight of a spot on the wall, and he quickly scuttles over to it, hunches down and begins to chip in the wall. He stops a few moments later, hops up, then returns to you. Buried. The word has a finality about it that makes you uncomfortable. Thank you. Alright, now let's go tell our little man that his city is memorialized on a mausoleum. The lucky boy.
I'm gone.
I'm gone.
All right.
Don't fight me, thugs. I'm in a rush. Alright, who was the dude that bought rings off me? You. Sweet. Right, where was that dude? Oh, here he is. I've seen to it that Essenon's name has been remembered. It lies carved upon the Blackstone monument outside the mortuary.
Updated my journal.
Suddenly, there is a brief whisper in the air, and the man's eyes dry. One of the tears that ran down his cheek simply vanishes. Then Essenon is served. I will tell my fellow criers of the stone that you have described. You have my gratitude. It was nothing. Farewell. I hope you and your brothers spend the rest of your days peacefully.
Looks like my skills have increased.
Ayo! +1 fist. He's better at fisting. That's good to know, Mort. Saving throws, fighting skills, 10 hit points, 2 points gained from con. Nice. Nice. I'll just run away from those guys. We don't need to fight, do we? We don't need to fight, guys. Come on. All right.
All right.
Oh, Jehalai's gone. I wonder if he's in trouble with his boss. This appears to be a gutter of some sort. It looks as though it has seen little use. I've never spoke to a drunk before. Let's talk to this guy. The man sways unsteadily back and forth, catching his balance for a moment, then manages a sickly, twisted smile as something just past your right ear. Hello. He nods slowly, then manages a phlegm-filled gurgle, and a small, green-coloured trail of drool begins to drip from the side of his mouth, running down into his scruffy, dirt-caked beard. He looks like he's barely able to stand up, much less carry on a conversation. Okay, bye. Bye then. You're all just normal people. The fuck is a barrier? Hello, barrier. Much as this creature's body is a combination of man and ram, his head is a mix of sorts, with a broad flat nose, goat ears, and a pair of curling horns. Intricate designs are shaved into its dirty pelt, and a massive 4-flanged polearm hangs from his belt harness. He doesn't seem to notice you. Hello. He turns to face you with startling speed, his eyes dark and suspicious of you. His voice is deep and rumbling, not quite human, and heavily accented. What do you want, Two Legs? His hand is close to his polearm. Only to speak with you, I had some questions. He seems to calm down, his hand drops away from his weapon. He still keeps a certain distance from you, however. What do you wish to ask me? Why are we so wary of me? He seems sad for a moment. This place, a wretched, unclean place, is full of unfriendly, sometimes desperate people. Not the best place for a visiting Borio, Two Legs. He shrugs. I have business here, though. And so here I am. Visiting? You don't live here? The Barrio shakes his head, laughing. No, Two Legs. No Barrio could live like this. Where are you from? From the plains of Isgard, Two Legs. They are my home. He smiles in fond recollection, as if warmed by the memory. What sort of business are you here for? Another time, Two Legs. If we ever meet in a happier place, I shall tell you all about it. I'll ask you something else. Tell me about this city. He's silent for a moment, as if waiting for something more from you. What about the city? What is this place exactly? Why, it is a crossroads, Two Legs. Surely you know that all that pass through Sigil. Pass? Do you mean paths? He looks slightly annoyed. Yeah, that is what I said. Paths. No, you did it again. Paths, not pass. His dark eyes narrow. He begins to look suspicious as well as angry. I said what I said. Perhaps you should try speaking my language, Two Legs. I can. Yeah, book. Oh, shit, I really want to say it, but I don't want to be an asshole. You're right, sorry. Tell me about the city. What is this place? I see. Where is Sigil exactly? There? He looks up thoughtfully, tugging at his goat beard. It is in the Outlands, the center of the plains. But since you can reach me from just about anywhere, Sigil is more places than just that, you see? I think so, yes. What is this place, though? Crossroads, 2 legs. Okay. Tell me about the slums around us. Looks at you curiously. What is it you wish to know about them exactly? Do you know someone named Farad? I know a few people here, 2 legs. This Farad is not one of them. A friend of yours? I don't know. Tell me about the Lady of Pain. The lady? He looks around as if to see if anyone's overheard. I only know that she rules this place, all of Sigil, and that the locals feel it bad luck to speak of her. Okay. Bye-bye. Right, don't talk to the Black Abyssal thing, because he just wants to murder me in my sleep.
Done.
What is this suspicious looking place that had... moving from box to box, this man seems to be totally immersed in counting boxes and scribbling results down on a piece of parchment. He looks annoyed as you interrupt him. What is it now? Can't you see I'm busy taking inventory? Go bother someone else. Sorry, my dude. I don't think there is anything of interest in this place.
All right.
Lots of hive people, lots of harlots. This ash-covered tree looks like it's suffered greatly since being transplanted here. Oh, poor me tree. This gate looks like it leads to the mortuary area. Damsel in distress. You see a pretty young woman. Her hair is in disarray and the bodice of her dress is torn. She looks about in desperation, then notices you. Hello. She runs up to you and grabs your arm. You notice the front of her dress is stained with blood. Please help me, Cutter. Please, they're killing my sister. She begins to tug on your arm. Who? She looks around wildly. This drunken man who followed us from one of the taverns. We thought he meant no harm. Please, Cutter. There's no more time. Help us. Wait, first you said they are killing your sister, now you say he is killing her. Which is it? She stares at you, unsure what to say. I'm distraught. I made a mistake. She glances at the blood that stains her dress. Please help me, Cutter. Examine the blood. You glance down at her dress and look at the blood. Although it does appear to be real, it is completely dried. It must be hours old. That blood is hours old. What are you up to? You see her eyes flick to the bloodstains and then back to you. You think you can hear a hint of nervousness in her voice. You're mistaken, Cutter. Please help me. My sister lies dying while we tarry. They are exactly the same thing. Why do I have truth or bluff for exactly the same thing? Oh, bluff. She looks into your eyes and then glances at the scars that cover your body. She swallows nervously and you see her pale before your eyes. I'm supposed to lure people into an alley nearby. They're waiting there to take your jink. She looks at you apprehensively. Let me give you some advice. She gazes at you in silence and nods her head. Don't pick someone like me as your mark. Choose some drunken fop who looks like he's never seen a battle in his life. She nods once curtly. Make sure he looks like he has more than a couple of coins to his name. Now get out of here. She nods curtly and then backs away from you. She hesitates for a moment, then turns to leave. Thank you, Cutter, and sprints. Okay, there we go. I've given her advice on how to steal from people more effectively. Mourns for trees. Hello, mourns for trees. You see a tired-looking, sorrowful old man who's gazing at the ash-dead tree in front of him. He is mumbling to himself and tapping his chin as if trying to figure something out. Occasionally, he shakes his head sadly. Hello. He seems momentarily startled as you interrupt his train of thought. He speaks in a calm and hurried tone, but one full of sadness. Oh, greetings to you too, friend. How has this day find you? I'm good. He smiles, but sorrow still lies in his eyes. That's good, friend. Hope your good fortune continues. He seems about to turn back to the tree. And how does this day find you? He shrugs slightly and prefers a bit of a smile. Fortune finds me well, though I'm saddened just the same. Why? He pats the tree beside him. It's the trees here in the hive. They're dying, friend, and no one cares. Seeing the look on your face, he holds his hands up as if to silence you for a moment. It may not matter to some, but it's important to me. I feel it's a shame to see the last tatters of life and beauty in this ward left uncared for to die. Can you understand that, friend? Yes, it is a something. He seems surprised and blurts out, Really? Oh, I mean, wonderful. Perhaps you would... He pauses and seems suddenly suspicious. He recomposes himself, speaking in his usual slow manner. In any case, that's good. I suppose you have some questions for me now. Not just yet. What were you going to ask? For the first time, the man seems genuinely happy. Beaming, he explains. It's difficult for anything to survive here. Just look around here and you'll see what I mean, friend. I'm not sure if it's possible for the trees to thrive here, even if they somehow were to get enough light and clean water. But if enough people care, really want them to live, I just know they'll survive. They'll turn green again and flourish. You could be right. I am right, I'm certain of it. A sense of conviction surrounds him like an aura. He seems so unlike the man you first spoke to. That's all I'd ask of you, friend. Just care for them. Hope for their recovery. In time, should enough people want it, it will come to pass. Can you do that for me, friend? Truth, yes. Excellent, my friend, excellent. I thank you. You've given me back my confidence, my purpose. Perhaps I can find others like you who'll listen. Perhaps we'll make a difference. What about your companions, friend? Would you speak to them on my behalf? Mort, what do you think? Huh? Oh yeah, Chief, sure, whatever you say. I'm serious, Mort. Can you make the effort? He looks at you for a while silently, then nods. Yeah, I can. If that's important to you, I'll do it. Thanks. I had some questions, Morns. Any change in the trees? Not yet, friend. I still have hope, though. I speak to people every day. That is good. Who are you? I'm called Mourns for Trees by the people here, friend. Why are the trees dying? Just look at your surroundings, friend. Can you imagine anything having an easy life here? And besides, the wretched conditions, the Dabbers rarely come to this part of Sigil. The Dabbers? You know, Dabbers, surely you've seen them. They're the lady's servants, and they care for the city. Some parts of it more than others, of course. He looks sadly at the tree beside him. Why don't they come here often? The hive's a dangerous place, but that's not it. The Dabbers have the lady watching over them, and no one's foolish enough to tangle with her, friend. I suppose it's really all on account of Fell. Who's Fell? Fell? He's, well, friend, I'll just say he's the only Dabbers that doesn't serve the lady. I don't know the whole dark of it, as they say, but he's shunned by his fellows and lives around here, alone in the hive. He runs a tattoo parlour, but most of Sigil is wary of the place. Tell me of this tattoo parlour. Fell's parlour is only a few buildings east of here. It's marked with his personal symbol, a white oval pierced by a lightning bolt. I've never been there myself, friend, but as I understand it, he's able to turn images from his speech. You know, Dabbers speak in images, yes? Rebuses? Yes? So he's somehow able to turn images from his speech into tattoos, and not just ordinary inkings either. I'm told there's magic about them, and more than just in their making. I don't know how much, I don't know much else about it though. So I can get tattoos, magic tattoos. What about the places that to be wary of? Well, friend, since he's turned from the lady, many people think it's just a matter of time before her shadow falls on him. No one wants to be about when and if that happens, I'm sure. You don't have any idea why he came to be shunned? A magic tattoo! It's magic. Like I said, friend, I'm not too sure. I only heard vague rumours about him being on the wrong side of the issue when some power decided to butt heads with the lady. You could always try and ask him, friend. I'm told he's friendly enough, if not a little odd. Some power. A deity, friend. A god. Normally the lady has no problems with the likes of them, as she keeps their lot out of sigil entirely. His name was Askar, but I don't know much else about the affair. I'm a disciple now. I'm a disciple of Askar. His name was? The man nods gravely. As I understand it, the lady destroyed him. I wouldn't forget that if you were to ever consider messing about with her or the servants. I'm looking for a man named Farad. Sorry, friend. When I first came here, I spoke to many people, but I don't remember anyone by that name. Why are the trees dying? Nabas. Okay, I think that's everything. Thank you, wants to kill trees, or whatever you're called. Ash-covered tree looks sick.
Have you got the kid?
Starved dog barking thug. This wild-eyed man is hunched over, barking and howling at the top of his lungs. Beneath his thick, matted hair, you can make out a series of strange tattoos. They run the range from screaming faces to bizarre geometric shapes, to what appear to be lines of verse. He's almost naked, but the dirt and filth covering his eyes give him the semblance of modesty. Wait, what? He's almost naked, but the dirt and filth covering him gives him the semblance of modesty. I don't know where I read eyes from there. Give a long forlorn howl. The man whirls on you as he hears your howl, then gives a lopsided grin as he throws back his head, howling with you. He stops a few moments later, then resumes his loping about, snarling and barking like some feral dog. Snarl back at him. The man's barking ends with a snarl and he leaps at you. If this is how you want to die, Wolfman. I don't want to kill him. No. Run away. He seemed like a nice guy. We can be friends, Wolfman. Do we think he turned up? Oh, come on, man. Come on, man. You don't want me. If he goes back to his location, then maybe he'll stop fighting me, you know. Maybe. What's this place? Oh, that's the Smouldering Corpse Bar. Okay. Let's go in the Smouldering Corpse Bar.
Have you got the kid?
Holy shit, there's a man on fire. But why? These vents blow incredible hot air up from the furnaces below. Oh, it's Ignis! That's the guy the dude told me about.
I'm gone.
The one who burned down the Alley of Angles. Hello, Drusilla. This is a woman with fading bruises on her face and arms and a look of despairing longing in her sunken eyes. She might have been pretty once, but those days were long ago. She turns to slowly face you. Life pours into her features, and the spark of sardonic light that dances in her eyes now makes you wonder if your eyes were deceiving you. Welcome to the Smouldering Corpse, scarred man. The bar, we made it! Enjoy your next 2 hours in here. Is it that long? You love the music in here. It is pretty cool. Kind of reminds me of like something Nordic. Who are you? I am Drusilla, and you must be clueless. Don't ask me how I know that, it just shines off you. Clueless? No. She smirks at you and her bruises seem to almost fade. Whatever you say, dearie. Whatever, answer some questions. Aye, traveller, what do you seek? Who are you? What can you tell me about this place? Here, this is the smouldering corpse, though the person smouldering ain't dead yet. He's just keeping himself alive till someone comes along to help him out. Sods who like to see people in pain come here. Fiends like it. Folk who don't care much for being bothered come here too. The name alone keeps out most of the Burks. Who is he anyway?
Updated my journal.
That despair you saw on her face before flits across it again like a black-winged shadow before she masters herself. That's Ignis, one of the greatest wizards ever to come out of the slummy excuse for a cesspool. They caught him and they opened a channel to the plane of fire through him, and now he's just a doorway for it, keeping himself alive by force of will alone. If someone could douse him for a few moments, it'd give him his life back again. They don't make enough water to do that. What's your connection to him? Her voice practically throbs with a deep ache. I was Ignis's lover and he my beloved. He loved the flame more than me, and now he has become the flame, and because I love him, I love the flame. But that's all done with now. Now I wait for him to douse himself. I sell what little I have just so I can be near him. Okay. Lots of people to talk to. Oh, goody. I'm looking for a collector by the name of Farad. Have you seen or heard of him? Farad, she snickers, the Collector King. You can probably find him in his stinking ilk in the trash warrens on the far side of the hive. Good luck getting any answers from him. He's a sly devil. Okay. Who is that burning by the entryway? It's Ignis. Someone should be able to find something. Oh well. Good day. Alright. So that's you. Oh, I can talk to Ignis. Hello. This crackling, billowing creature twists slowly above an iron grill upon the floor of the bar. It may have once been human, but now its skin is charred beyond recognition. Streams of fire form a wreath around the creature's body, and the flames lick at the few remaining pockets of flesh, causing them to bubble and run like wax down the creature's skeletal frame. Examine. The heat surrounding this creature is incredible. To your surprise, the iron grill the creature floats above has sagged and bent from the heat. At first you thought the heat came from the grill, but now you realise it emanates from the creature. As you watch, flecks of ash drift from the writhing corpse and float slowly to the ceiling. Hello? The thing makes no response. It writhes slowly within the flames. It lives, but it does not seem aware of anything other than the fire that surrounds it. Its skin is flame, its heart is flame, and you know within some shadowed corner of your memory that this thing is dangerous. Okay. Mercy Killer Patron. His tail is scarred with talons, knives, teeth, and the marks of innumerable tavern brawls. Like the air around it, it is warm to the touch. These red-hot pipes do nothing to alleviate the already warm air. These sturdy pylons support the ramshackle roof. Right, what have we got? We've got Kandrian. You see a soft-looking man with gentle, far-staring eyes. He dresses in supple leather clothing and carries various implements of use and destruction about his body, such as ropes, spikes, tinderboxes, and empty vials of air. He looks half gone, literally. There is an insubstantiality to his existence, as if his essence had been partially leached away. He focuses those eyes on you, and suddenly you find them gripping and determined. Greetings to you, O Seeker. Hello. He carefully sets down the mug he's holding and gives you all his attention. I've seen the far reaches of the multiverse and returned to tell the tale. I have walked upon the bodies of dead gods and spun moonbeams in the astral ahead of 1,000 shrieking Githyanki nights. I have passed the edges of existence and watched my essence shiver away before me. What is it I can do for you? Well, that's a fucking introduction, isn't it? And then I'm like, I've got some questions for you, please. Perhaps I have answers for you. Speak and I shall tell you. I met a woman named Ingress with very bad teeth. She said she had come through a portal from some world that was opened by a tune hummed near 2 cross trees. Can you get her home? He pauses briefly, thinking. I know the portal of which you speak, though I have not travelled it in these 30 years. I will take her home, Seeker. Go tell her to await my arrival, then meet me back here, and I will tell you if I was successful or not. Thanks.
Updated my journal.
Who are you? I am Kandrian Illborn, traveller, dreamer, tailspinner, and so forth. You're a traveller? Tell me of the plains. I am tired, Seeker, so tired. I am fresh back from negation. I will answer what I can for you, but I cannot promise that you will find satisfaction in the answers I give. What would you know? Would you hear of the outer plane, the prime material, or the inner plane? What's the difference? The difference is true essence, Seeker. The inner planes are matter, substance, true physicality. They are the building blocks of the multiverse, for it is from them that all belief in the elements spring. The inner planes filter through the ethereal plane, the plane of potential, some say, which forms the elements into the world of mortals. Once past the ethereal plane, one reaches the prime material, where exists all manner of mortals and monsters and myths and machines. It is there that belief is born, and there that spirits that create the outer planes are born. When mortals die, they pass through the astral plane, and no place that is thought and mental energy itself. It is in all things and in none. It is paradox, among other things, and it filters spirits into the great ring. Do you comprehend so far? Yes. Not really, but sure. Now, the outer planes. Where should I start? Do you know the cardinal rules of the planes, on which all others are based? Do you know about the composition of the outer planes? Do you know of the Great Ring and its divisions in our hearts? Do you know of the individual planes? Each of these leads to the next, and so it is best to start from the beginning. Fucking hell. Right. Tell me of the composition of the planes. The outer planes are created by belief and thought and faith. They take their imagined form from the prime material plane, shaped into form that stagger the imagination, built by the accumulation of belief. Belief creates the planes. Belief is power here. Change belief and you can change the nature of reality. The creatures that are born here, the plane-born, like the fiends and celestials, are truly born of the thoughts and concepts of mortals. They each express some sort of ideal, and the more powerful the ideal, the more powerful the being. Thus, the being that symbolizes love is one of the strongest of all. Okay? That's why the powers, gods some call them, live out here. This is where all the faith in them comes. This is where they are at their most pure and their most strong. The realms are extensions of their very beings, manifestations of their godly essence. All of it informed by belief. So the composition of the planes is belief. Tell me of the Great Ring now. Among the loose unity of planewalkers, we conceive of the infinite outer planes as a ring surrounding the plane of ultimate neutrality, the Outlands. The spire atop which Sigil sits is in the center of the Outlands. The further one travels away from the spire, the less neutral the plane grows until it spills onto the neighboring plane. Each of these planes impinges on the Outlands, spinning themselves into law and chaos, good and evil. The Great Roads marks the demarcation between the Outlands and the gate towns that spring up around the gates to the plains. Beyond the gate towns lie the hinterlands, uncharted territory that is lost to history, that losers thought danger lies in the hinterlands. Okay? The outer planes differ by morality, not substance. For you, we'll divide the planes into three sets: the upper planes of good, the lower planes of evil, and the boundary planes of neutrality. These are then divided further by law and chaos, with the Outlands in the middle. Which of these is of interest to you? The upper planes. Of the upper planes, there are the neutral planes, the lawful planes, and the chaotic planes. What would you know? The neutral planes. The neutral upper planes contain the Beast Lands, a place of neutrality and goodness, with a slight tinge of chaos, where the animals rule in the eternal noon and night. They hold Bitopia, twin paradise of industry and labour, where all work towards the good of all, and Elysium, the sweetest plane of goodness and calm I have ever come across. Alas, right now I'm not well enough to enjoy any of their restorative effects. What would you hear of now? Tell me of the lawful planes. Kendrick gives a small shudder. I'm not the best person to speak of the planes of law, he says, for the innate structure and ultimate patterns they impose frighten me. I steer clear of them because I value my individuality more than I value the knowledge they'll bring me. They include regimented Arcadia, nearest of the good planes to the unbending order of Mechanus, and Mount Celestia, home of the Archons, an island in the Silver Sea. Okay. The chaotic planes. These are where I feel at home, though I steer clear of Isgard, for the most part. And endless battles and tests of metal among the floating earthbergs of the plains don't do much for my disposition. Arborea, though, he sighs. The mountains are taller, the air clearer, the rivers purer, and the game larger than anywhere else. It is a true paradise, a place where passions run high and the wine never ceases to flow. When I have recovered enough of my wits and myself, when we have done with the outer plains, you should ask me of the inner, and I will describe my journey to you. I will return to Arborea's bowers and glades, and lose myself for a time. Okay, more of the Great Ring. I would now like to know about the lower planes. Like the upper planes, the lower planes are divided into lawful, chaotic, and neutral. Each of them varies in terms of horrors and what these horrors do to a traveller's spirit, and all of them are best avoided. Tell me of the neutral planes. The neutral planes, they're vile and barely understandable, and they're more insidious on their own than you could ever imagine. Take Gehenna, for example. 4 volcanoes in stages of dormancy floating in an infinite void, each of them somehow alive, and each of them wanting your soul by whatever means they can get it. Populate it with Yogoloths, the worst of the fiends in my opinion, and you've got the place. The plane of ultimate evil, at least that's what they call it, is the Grey Waste, and no place that drains colour from your body and spirit, stealing away even your apathy. And it's the site of the worst battlegrounds in the war down there. Don't get me started. Then you've got Carcerai on the chaotic side. Tell me about the war. Ah, the Blood War. At the name, your blood feels as if it freezes in your veins. Ilborn doesn't seem to notice, wrapped up his ears in his memories. 2 armies of fiends smashing together pointlessly across the lower plains, slaughtering mindlessly in the name of law and chaos. They'll aggrandize it, of course, but in the end, it's about hate and stupid endeavour that aids none and harms far too many. Tell me about Carcerai. Ah, Carcerai and its poisonous jungles, acid swamps, destructive waters, strung like a string of rotten pearls nestled within one another. He pauses and looks at you carefully, again fixing you in place with his eyes. Remember this, Seeker. Carcerai is a prison, home to the Geraleths, one of the most dangerous types of fiends there is. The strength of the prison is the strength of the captor, as strong as the prison lets it be. Or as strong as the prisoner lets it be. Destroy the prison keeper, and a body can escape the red prison. There is almost no other way out. Not when the gates close themselves against you and watch you spin off into the vast space surrounding the orbs. Be wary of Carcerai, traveller, for its bonds can be greater than flesh.
Updated my journal.
I've updated my journal. Tell me of the lawful planes. As much as I detest the order in the lawful upper planes, at least they present a modicum of goodness. Their lower planar counterparts, though, Archeron's a place of ricocheting cubes that never see an end to battle, swarming with the souls of dead humanoids. Bartor, he shivers involuntarily. Bartor is a place best avoided. Those Batezu, the fiends in the corner there, are but a merest expression of the deviant corruption embodied in that soulless machine of order. If you want more, talk to them, but remember, all that is bad about bureaucracy and order originates from Bartor, and it spreads like a stain across the hearts of mortals. Though there is some knowledge to be found there, it's rarely worth the spiritual rape the plane inflicts. Okay, and what about the chaotic planes? The Abyss isn't some place you should consider going. Where Bartor is all orderly, the Abyss is full of chaos and change, and none of it pleasant. When it becomes something that approximates normality, that's when you should be most wary of it. It's home to the Tannery, what most primes call demons, and they've got that name for a reason. They are unpredictable and murderous, and the few you can trust are few and far between. The few I have met who I'd trust, I still don't trust entirely. They are creatures of chaos and evil incarnate, and if they are putting on a friendly face, who's to say it's not part of a larger agenda? Okay. Tell me about the boundary planes. There are 2 boundary planes to my mind, and they are diametrically opposed. One of them, Mechanus, is the very essence of law, a place where beliefs fit together, interlocking, turning, in a massive machine that is the entire plane. Some folks would have it that the gears of Mechanus are the engine that drives the planes. The other plane is Limbo, a swirling morass of chaos that follows no rules. None. And just when a nobody thinks he's classified his behaviour, it goes and changes on him. Or it doesn't. You just can't tell. I was in limbo not too long ago. Tell me of your journey. He closes his eyes, remembering. I had a Githzerai guide with me, and an Anarch who could shape the illogical matter of the plane into forms of his desire. We had fought off the harrying of the Slardy, the chaos creatures who call the plane home. It seemed there were more than usual, but then one can never tell what's usual in limbo. But I digress. In the midst of all this chaos, we came across a series of huge metal interlocking cubes, like some sort of puzzle box. It wasn't something we had shaped, consciously or not, and we couldn't find a way inside. It was like a bastion of order within the confines of disorder, a seed of law. That is the best I can explain it.
Updated my journal.
Okay. Tell me about the Outlands. The Outlands are absolute neutrality, probably the best place for a body to visit in the Outer Planes, outside of Sigil, if you don't want to have a plane's morality forced on your heart. Everything balances out in the Outlands, as it should be, for the plane that sits at the centre of the Outer Planes. Power's realms are scattered about here, and there are handfuls of gate towns that open to the rest of the Outer Planes. The gate towns usually mirror the philosophy of the plane their gates open to, and if the balance of belief isn't kept in the town slips into the nearby plane. It's a bad situation for everyone, because a few of the folks in the town really want that change, but enough of the Outlands. What more would you want to know? Tell me of the Prime material. You want to know of the Prime? Visit it. The boundless worlds of that plane have an infinite variety, as do the planes, but I cannot encapsulate them as I have here. Suffice it is to say, they are the birth of the Outer Planes and the children of the Inner, and they hold limitless potential within their boundaries. What did you mean when you mentioned negation before? Oh, this is a lot. His eyes cloud over. I went to the inner planes to discover my true essence. I made the mistake of visiting the negative material plane in order to understand my body's urge to decay and the cycle of death in life. I thought myself protected against the ill effects of the plane with my magic, but I was wrong. The blackness of infinite nothing pressed on my soul, and I was beset by shadow that sought to snuff out my very soul. I lost my way for a time, for an eternity, and nearly lost my existence. I could feel my essence falling away from me, and am even now half gone. Never will I return. How did you survive?
Updated my journal.
How did I survive? He smiles tightly. With a piece of nothing that held back the nothing. Nothing can stop nothing, you know, and so I carried nothing in my hand to protect me. Do you plan to journey to the ultimate negation yourself? You have the smell of desperation about you, and so I make you this gift. Hold it in your hand when the shadows press in, and it should protect you and your friends somewhat, should they remain close to you. He passes you a small black token that looks as if it has no dimensionality to it at all. Thanks. I have other questions. You don't have to talk to all the people here at once. There's a couple you probably want to talk about. I absolutely do have to talk to everyone all at once, Marcy. That's how it works. I do need to go and turn on the light and shut the curtains, so give me one sec. And take off my jumper. I'm getting hot. Alright, what are you doing in this place? I'm fresh back from negation trying to restore my essence. Yeah, we already did this. What is this place? Unless the cosmos has shifted or we've been spun in the mazes, I would say that we're in the Smouldering Corpse Tavern. What can you tell me of the patrons here? Oh, unless the cosmos has shifted or we've been spun into the mazes. I need to ask him about the mazes, because I've been to one of those. I mind my own business here, Seeker, for I spend too much time away not minding it. Speak to the bartender if you would learn more of the customers. Mazes, what do you mean? Ah, the mazes, where the lady dumps those who have displeased her. He makes a small semicircle over his heart as he speaks the lady's name. If you know more of the lady in the city, find a tout or some such guide. Oh, even he does it. I would have thought he's super powerful. Do you know a collector named Farad? Farad grew up to be a collector. How long ago was this? When I set out last, he was but an officious stripling in one of the upper wards. Time does change some people. No, Seeker, I don't know Farad anymore, I'm willing to bet. Okay, interesting. Then we have Ebb Creeknees. You see a slightly stooped old man with a full grey beard and a lion's mane of grey hair. He wears a couple of shoulder guards as armour, and he keeps his helmet nearby. He smokes a pipe and carries a pouch of tobacco around his waist. He looks pretty strong, but he's still a little plump and appears to have some sort of breathing trouble. Well now, aren't you a sight, lad? Never have I seen so many scars blanketing a fella, like a scar cloak you're wearing. Where you been, hanging out in a grain thresher? He laughs. Oh, I'm just jesting with you, lad. No offence meant, and I hope no offence taken. I'm Ebb. Greetings, Ebb. His handshake is firm. Now I hereby tender my apologies for the unfair jesting, lad. Hope no hard feelings. Can I buy you a tankard or two of something to smooth any ruffled feathers? Why not? That's the spirit, lad. Bide a moment. He rises to his feet and heads to the bar. After a moment he returns to his seat with a pair of tankards. Here you go, lad. Drink up. He takes a massive swallow from his own tankard, puffs on his pipe and says, What can old Ebb do for you this fine sigil day? Questions, please? Oh, well, I gathered that just to look at you. I mean, you don't look to be from around these parts, lad. You look a little too out of sorts to be a seasoned native. He chuckles, then takes another drink. So what can I do for you, lad? You need to know the lay of the land. Who are you? Ebb Creeknees, third measure of the harmonium, now retired and being a tout with one's voice since I don't step as lightly as I might these past 2 or 3 decades. Now, lad, who be you and what trouble might you be in? Third measure of the harmonium? Ebb puffs up slightly in pride and gets a semi-stern look on his face. Aye, third measure of the harmonium. He relaxes a little. Though I haven't served a tour of duty in many a decade, pushing a quill wasn't quite up my alley after all the fights and skirmishes I've been in, so I just bide my time keeping tabs on things down here in the hive and helping out a little where I can. And you look like someone who might need a hand. Are you in some kind of trouble, lad? What fights and skirmishes have you been in? Ebb rolls his eyes. More than I can remember, lad. Well, almost more than I can remember, leastwise. I did an all too long tour in the Blood War, that infernal muck-up war of lies on terrors. Far too many years in the Black Centuries War. Ebb begins to tick off the wars on his fingers and count silently to himself. Ah, then there was the 3 Plains Wars, and many others. I even took part in the Harmonium War of Liberation. Oh, towards the end there, I was also in the Sigil City Watch. Some could argue that was the most dangerous of them all. He laughs loudly. The mention of the Blood War feels like a cold dagger slipping into your heart. Why do I get so affected by this Blood War that people are talking about? Tell me more of the Blood War. Ebb sighs, oblivious to your reaction. Aye, a Blood War, the most dangerous family feud this side of primordial soup. A mean-spirited mob of fiends on one side, a batch of warmonger fiends on the other. It's the war that creation sparked, and they've been digging into each other ever since. 2 sets of fiends warring against each other. Aye, the Tanari, vicious killers who care for none but themselves, and the Bartazu, war machine. For all law and order under their infernal rules. The whole mess spills out into the other planes from time to time, and has made the multiverse a less pleasant place to live. Okay. Do you know someone named Farad? Farad? Ebb frowns, takes the pipe for his mouth. Now, lad, what you be wanting with a Burke like Farad? I think I used to know him. Aye, well, more's your misfortune then. Mayhap forgetting some things is better for you. What do you know of him? Well now, I don't know everything there is to know about old Farad, but I know some of the dark surrounding him. If you're determined to track down that spider and nail him to a wall, then I suppose I could spill some of the chant just so you know who you're tangling with. He pauses to tamp his pipe. Farad dug his nest deep in Ragpicker Square not too long ago, got a bunch of collectors and gangs together and started what one could almost consider a collecting faction. Be that as it may. Where can I find him? Well lad, if you're looking for Farad, which I would say is pretty balmy of you, you're a little off the beaten path. You want to be finding Ragpicker Square. Chant is that Farad set up Kip somewhere in the square. Even an old fella like me, who's been around the ring a few times, don't know exactly where. I figure that Farad wants to keep the dark on his locations. Location dark. If you're all bound and determined to find Farad, go to Ragpicker Square and try and dig up Farad's location from some of the locals. Try to be careful about it, since there's plenty in the square that would make a gut harp out of you as soon as look at you. If I say, who are you? What makes you think I'm in trouble? Lad, no one has as many scars as you have and isn't in some sort of trouble, either from himself or from others. Eb looks at you in mock reproach. What do you take old Eb for, blind? Look, I'm a little weathered around the edges, but I've still got some sight and sense. Now what's dogging your heels to be causing such trouble? Mayhap I can help. I have a few troubles. I woke up in the mortuary and seem to have forgotten who I am. Eh? Eb blinks, then frowns. What was that you said, lad? That you woke up in the mortuary? He studies you closely. Oh, now, did they mistake you for dead under all those scars, mayhap? Can't say I would have been any smarter. Them dusties. I mean, them dust men. Dusties being a rude term to refer to them pale-faced fellas, and I don't mean them too much disrespect. They've all the perceptions of friendliness of a gravestone sometimes. Can't say I couldn't see him screwing that up, no lad. Okay. What is this place? You're in the Smoking Corpse Bar, lad. Not a pretty place as some, but it's got its own homespun kind of charm. Tell me about the patrons. Well, you got O, who claims to be a letter instead of a person. Some mercy killers waiting around for a criminal. A pair of Abishai on furlough from the Blood War. A Githzerai over there who's been watching you from afar. Not too unusual, mind you. They're peery cutters. And Delays down there. A clueless kid whose breeches seem to be just a bit too tight. If you get my meaning. If you're wanting information on the plains, talk to Kandrian Ilborn over there. He knows more than most I know. Who's the smouldering corpse? Him? Oh, no corpse, lad. No deader him. Near as we can tell, old Ignis is still alive inside that little roast spit. Near as we can figure, anyway. Eb wrinkles his nose. He can smell damnably awful sometimes, too. Keeps me on my pipe to make sure it don't worm its way down my nose. How did he get there? Eb takes a smoke from his pipe for a moment, as if deciding how to phrase his comment. Well now, lad. Ignis had a smattering of problems and some not slight wizardly magics to boot, and seldom do the two mix well, if you understand me. He liked to... Eb puffs his pipe, smoke trails up. Well, he liked to burn things, and he started torching places and people, and generally making a bunch of trouble. And? Well, now most of this was going on in the Hive, and I'll be the first to admit that the Hive is not the first place the Harmonium goes to keep Sigil's law. A failing on our part, since it may be the place where our presence is most needed, so by the lady's reckoning, there was a little street-side justice in the wizardly community. A bunch of tea-leaf readers, hedge wizards and midwife witches got together and managed to weave a spell that was kind of poetic justice. Eb gestures with his pipe at the figure. So now he sits there and burns. He's still alive, which I don't think they counted on. Okay. Tell me of Sigil and its environs. Eb laughs loudly. You don't think small, do you? If you want to know what's outside the city, go talk to Kandrian Ilborn over there. He's the traveller of this place. As for the rest of it, well, I can tell you of the lady, the dabbers, keys and portals, the way we keep track of time, the way the city's laid out. What do you want to know? Tell me of the lady. Well now, not many know much about her, lad, and I'm figuring those who know more than a little don't know too much more. She's a mystery, she is. And even should you run across her, powers forbid, she's silent and deadly. She's not evil, far as I can tell, but she keeps the dark about herself and Sigil pretty tight. None's been able to penetrate it, and if they have, they've been mazed. Go on. Chances are you won't meet her unless you do something really bad. Hurting a lot of people, killing a Dabbus, challenging her rule, worshipping her. She hates that, we figure, or interfering with a Dabbus's work, which may as well be the lady's work. If you're lucky, just the mercy killers will come for you. But if she comes, you'll be dead as soon as a shadow falls on you. Please continue. Now the lady can do almost anything in Sigil, lad. Near as we can figure. Make it bigger or smaller, make new pootles. Make new pootles. Seal off old ones, make sure the blood war don't break out in the streets, keep folk from teleporting into the city, keeping the powers out. Who are the powers? It's another way of saying gods, lad, and there's a great horde of them across the plains. They can't come to Sigil, though. The lady has a way of keeping them out that she hasn't spilled the chant to yet. Be that as it may, it's kept Sigil from being seized by outside interests. What was it you said about being mazed? Aye, sometimes bloods will be packed off to a place where they can't do no harm. The lady, see, she'll take a bit of Sigil and make a little dimensional pocket out of it, a maze. She places those that have crossed her in there and lets them rot. Now, you can't escape getting mazed once the lady sets a gaze on you, lad. She'll get you eventually, no matter how hard you try to dodge her. You'll be walking down an alley or about to step through a portal or take a left turn down a street you've gone manyfold a time, and suddenly you're someplace you don't recognise. Now, mazes aren't escape-proof, there's always a way out of each one. A portal the lady places there. You just have to figure it out, where it is and how to use it. I already did that. I'm a clever boy. Tell me of the Dabbus. Aye, those funny floating bloods that speak in symbols. Quite a piece of work, huh? The Dabbus are kind of the lady's janitors and workmen, doing exactly what she wants. Make sure Sigil's running up to the snuff, patching walls, tearing down old buildings, building new ones, setting up portals, sealing off altars, and on and on. They're a pretty neutral faring bunch, and you don't want to go interfering with one or kill one, or you'll bring the lady's wrath down on you right quick. I had some other questions about Sigil. Tell me about Sigil's time. The way we measure time in Sigil is by the brightness of the day. See, we haven't got a sun and a moon like most worlds, we just got this everlasting haze of brightness and darkness at regular cycles. What most folks call midnight, we call anti-peak. What they call noon, we call peak. See, it's based on the peak and anti-peak of the brightness, and when someone says something about 5 hours past peak, that's what they mean. Okay. Tell me about the city's layout. Oh, let me wet my tongue. He takes a pull. Yeah, good one, Eb. I will also do this. The city floats above an infinitely tall spire. The spire. It lies on its side like a discarded wagon wheel, and there's no spokes that connect it to the spire. It's divided into 6 wards, each of them with its own function. Right now you're in the Hive. I think the purpose of the Hive is to be the squalor to the rest of the city's grandeur. Factions, philosophical clubs, or gangs, if you prefer, divide up the running of the city between them. Go on. The city's called the Crossroads of the Plains and the City of the Doors and the Cage. It's got portals to all of creation, they say, and all manner of beasties come through here to trade. Call Kip or hop from one place to another. Now, that's just a real quick version, lad. You'll have to experience the place for yourself. You mentioned something about portals. Sigil's called the City of Doors for a reason. There's portals everywhere. Portals are like doors that lead across the multiverse, except they don't look like doors. Instead, they can be any bounded space: window, door, pothole, picture frame, barrel, hoop, the spaces between scaffolding, or wardrobe. Each could be a portal waiting for just the right key to open it and take you someplace in the multiverse. Wardrobe, we could go to Narnia! Now, keys. Each portal has a key that you need to open it. Now, while the portals can be bound as space, keys have more variety. They can be anything from a little tune you hum when next to a portal, to dancing a jig, to being in the right mood, to having a piece of the place you want to go to in your hand, and on and on. In my youth, I once convinced a girl that kissing a man beside it could open a portal to Arcadia. Turns out I was right, and many trips to Arcadia did we have. Many portals probably have never been found. there's some you can uncover just by asking people and getting the right key. Finding out the dark of a portal is the toughest part, but I warn you lad, portal hopping shouldn't be a pastime for a fella in your way. Nor should you be wandering sigil after dark neither. You do best to stick to the main ways and open peek and watch yourself. There was something else that I wanted to ask him about. Oh yeah, were you in a faction? Ebb raises his hand as if to stop you and laughs slightly. Oh now, hold on lad. I'm no has-been faction member. They say, and they're right, that once you're one of the Harmonium, you're a Harmonium for life. We're the Bloods that try to make sure Sigil stays out of trouble. No rocking the spire, no folks getting too over-enthusiastic about hurting each other, keeping the city down to a low roar. We try and keep the peace, lad, and most times we do a decent job. Okay, what other places can you recommend? Well, this is perhaps the best kip you could have wandered into from the start. Judging by your tattoos, you might be partial to having designs on your body, in which case there's a tattoo salon a little spirewood from here. You want to stay away from the Alley of Dangerous Angles if you can. Ignis torched the place not long ago, and ever since a bunch of bad bloods have set up kip in the stretch of that desert. What's good to drink here? Well, I've got to say, I've got some bartorial discrimination when it comes to drink, but I've got drinks I'm partial to, and some vintages to which I'm not. Actually, one of my favourite little things to get here is the Arborean fire seeds. You spill them in your mouth, add a little air and some spit and some alcohol, and you can breathe a little fire when you need to. At least that's how it feels. Okay, bye. Oh, he was a chatty one, wasn't he? Right, who's this? Dak Con. The man before you is old. His dry yellow skin has the scars of one who has travelled everywhere and never rested long in any one place. His pinched face is inhumanly angular, and his ears sweep out from his skull, tapering to points. He wears a loose-fitting orange tunic, and a strange shimmering blade is strapped across his back. The blade looks to be a two-pronged glaive made of some metal whose surface swirls like a film of oil on a pond. Hello. The man turns to you, his eyes like polished coal. He stares through you, and for a moment you wonder if he might be blind. The weapon suddenly turns a dead flat black, mirroring the man's eyes. Are you alright?
Hail, traveler.
He's a voice acting man. He says nothing for a moment, merely searches your face with his eyes. Hail, traveler. His voice is quiet and somber, like a wind whispered through the branches of a great tree. Hail.
Your eyes are the weight of one who has traveled far to be in this place.
The man meets your gaze, his eyes burrowing into yours. His weapon drains of its black color, resuming its shimmering you noticed when you spoke to him. You could say that? The man's gaze does not waver from yours. I am known as Dakon. The emphasis he places on the word known strikes you as odd, yet familiar at the same time. You are not known to me. I do not know myself. That is for the best. In knowing yourself, there would be little in the plains left worth knowing. He falls silent for a moment, still studying you with his coal black eyes. I would know why you have come to this city. I'm looking for answers. I have many questions. Speak your questions. I will hear. What is that blade you have? It is a Karak blade. It is an object that lets others know the rank of the wielder. Karach? What does it mean? Akon falls silent for a moment as if searching for the correct words. In your tongue, the closest translation is chaos matter. The people may shape it with their thoughts. The people? The Githzerai. What is a Githzerai? A Githzerai is one of the people. One of the people? A Githzerai. Yes, but what are the Githzerai exactly? Dakon is silent for a moment, then speaks. Our history does not need to be made known to you. We would bleed to death on Time's blade before I recited a fraction of the histories of our people. I don't need to know your histories, but I would know your people as they are now. He's silent for a moment. Know this and accept this as an answer. We are the people who make our home upon the shifting plane of limbo. With a deft motion, Dickon slips the blade from his back and holds it before him. Wait and see what happens. There, as we mould the matter of limbo with our minds, we forge cities with our thoughts. As you watch, a series of rippling waves of metal begin to roll forth at the centre of the blade. The pitch and crest of the waves match the inflection of Deccon's voice. In its chaos we dwell. With only our knowing it to preserve us, we are the Githzerai. What is that blade you have? It moved and shifted in response to your voice. It is a Karak blade. It is an object that there's no blah blah blah. It's made out of a strange metal. It's almost hypnotic in the way it shifts back and forth. Shape it with their thoughts. The Karak is not shaped by heat, but by knowing oneself. It is a mirror that reflects the will of the wielder on its surface and its edge. When one knows themselves, the blade is strong, harder and stronger than steel. When one does not know themselves, the blade is as water, formless and weak. What rank does the blade signify? The blade is a symbol carried by a Zerth. A Zerth is one who knows the word of Zerthimon. In knowing the word of Zerthimon, they know themselves. Zerthimon? No, I said Zerthimon. Wait, let me try and get back to that. What rank is this? Zerthimon? Zerthimon founded our race. He knew the Githzerai before they knew themselves. He defined the people. He gave them one mind. Okay. What can you tell me of this city? It is known by the name of Sigil. Among the people, it is known as the city that does not know itself. It doesn't know itself? What do you mean? The city exists, but it does not know itself. In not knowing itself, its existence is flawed. You speak as if the city is alive. It may not be aware and know itself in the sense that you or I might know ourselves, but it lives, it grows, changes, and touches the minds of all that live here. Why did you say the city does not know itself? The city exists in opposition to itself. It has set itself apart from the planes, yet it seeks to be everywhere at once. The walls are doors, yet it keeps these doors locked. Such an existence tells of a thing that does not know itself. In not knowing itself, it is flawed. What if the city is not flawed? A thing does not need to be ordered and have purpose to know itself. What if these contradictions are strengths that you cannot see? To your question, a question. What if the city is flawed and you see its contradictions all around you? To your question, a question. You claim the city's existence is flawed. You have accepted this rather than explored the possibility that something greater may exist. That suggests you are flawed, and that you do not search for knowledge, but only for a convenient answer. Dakon falls silent. There is no knowing the answer to the questions we have asked. Yet the city exists, that is all. Yet I would maintain that we know ourselves by the questions we ask and the ones we do not. If we cease asking questions and accept only what we can perceive, then we will cease to know ourselves. Dakon's voice has changed slightly, become heavier. Such words have been spoken before. I have heard them and know them. Where have you heard them? The words are mine. Once I knew them and I knew their meaning. I had forgotten them until you spoke. Dakon's gaze travels through you and his blade stops shimmering, bleeding of all colour until translucent. There is a moment of silence, then Dakon looks up at you. I would travel your path with you. Oh. Yes.
Your path is mine.
Strangely enough, his voice seems distant and it echoes. Oh yeah, he's got a voice actor. I forgot. Okay, if we meet people with voice actors, very possibly they might join our party. Ha 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 ha. Strangely enough, his voice seems distant and it echoes as if he was speaking from across a great distance. Let's go. Hell yeah. Hell yeah.
Endure. In enduring, grow strong.
And he's got his... Wait, where's his weapon? Oh, here it is. Dakon's Zerth Blade. Nice. He's got a Whispering Flask and an Unbroken Circle of Zerthimon. This small round stone is the Unbroken Circle of Zerthamon. The Unbroken Circle is a Zerth religious text containing the teachings of Zerthamon, the founder of the Githzerai people. The circle is made of a series of interlocking circles that fold out from one another, depending on which branch the reader wishes to follow in the path of teachings. It's said that some Zerths spend years poring over the combinations of the plates, looking for new significance in the teachings. Dakan seems to use this text as a means of focusing his spellcasting ability, for he pores over the tablet occasionally memorizing the words. Wait, okay, so if I do a quick save, and then make him use this. This small stone appears to be religious, blah 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 blah. You can't figure out how to unlock the plates, however. What do you mean I can't figure it out? I wanted him to use it. Okay, very quickly, we'll chat to him.
What is your will?
There are things I would know, Dakan. Can I talk to you about your teachings? Can you teach me anything of weaponcraft? He shakes his head. I can redirect one towards the craft of war, but I cannot advance their skill. My weapons are not of skill, but of will and of knowing the self. If I need to resume the fight preparation, I'll ask you some other questions. Can you teach me anything of the art? Know that I am not a teacher in this, but know that I may serve as a guide. I do not know how humans come to be versed in the art, but when you learn the art, return and ask me again. I'll ask again when I'm a mage then. In the meantime, I have some other questions. Oops. Whoops.
What is your will?
Alright, so I can talk to him when I'm a mage, and he does something to me. Let me ask you about your travels. What can you tell me of the city of Sigil? It is known by the name of Sigil. Among the people, it is known as the city does not know itself. Yeah, we already talked about this. There are other things I would know. Questions about the Githzerai. Oh yeah, you seem to have special emphasis on knowing. Why? All things, whether structure or flesh, their existence is defined by their knowing of themselves. And if a man does not know himself? When a mind does not know itself, it is flawed. When a mind is flawed, the man is flawed. When a man is flawed, that which he touches is flawed. It is said that what a flawed man sees, his hands make broken. Do you know yourself? He falls silent. His coal black eyes take on the same distance that you noticed when you first met him. I ask again, do you know yourself? When Dakan speaks again, his voice is changed. His words echo like a great stone dropped into a chasm. It looks like he's forcing the words from his chest. It is not my will that you know this. Okay, I don't really want to push the matter. He's literally only just joined my team. Questions about the Githzerai language. Can you teach me the ways in which your people speak? Know that the speech of the people has its foundation in history. All things are a story to us. Metaphor is a tool and an inspiration to the strength. Know that when we speak of Torgir's table, we remember that Torrig was noted for his hospitality and goodwill. When we speak of Silquant's heart, we recall the lecherous and cruel nature of Silquant.
Updated my journal.
Dagon teaches you some of the common forms of speech. A wise man is said to have wrote the Book of Anarchs, while to accuse another of treason is to remember Vilquar's eye. It's said of generous people and their cupboards are bare. Common greetings include Hail Swordringer and Zakai's kin bow to you, to which one should respond, and the traveller is pleased. Dagon is a skilled teacher. After his instruction, you feel capable of exchanging proper greetings with other Githzerai. Githzerai language. Okay, I think we're done. Oh no, hang on. I need to ask him about
What is your will?
about my boy as well. About your travels. Yeah, Farod. That one is not known to me. Alright, fair enough.
Hey, what's eating you, Chief?
Do you have anything? How did you die? You said oh yeah, you said you're a Mimir, right, Mort? Yeah, a Mimir is a floating encyclopedia. You put information in it, you get information out. I see. Okay.
gone.
Holy moly. Okay, allays. See a trim, muscular man dressed in clothing that is comparatively drab and mundane compared to most of the outfits you've seen in this city. He carries himself with an air of supercilious arrogance. He also looks dramatically out of place. What do you want? Who are you? I am Allays, warrior of renown. Surely you've heard of me. Yes. At last! Not everyone here is entirely ignorant. I shall allow you buy me a drink, and then we can trade stories. I shall regale you with my latest adventures, including the tale of how I came to this most wondrous, dismaying city. Where are you from? How did you get here? I come from the city of Aliburn, on the River Tyne. Surely you've heard of its glories and wonders. No matter, no matter. This place is benighted and ignorant when it comes to the splendors of true cities. I am told that my land is what is called a prime by the denizens of this city. A prime of what I don't know. How did you get here? I was chasing my old foe, the villainous life-shade Ter Tanalel. He pauses, waiting for acknowledgement, then continues. He conjured his demonic magic and opened himself a doorway and hurtled himself through it. Before he could flee me entirely, I threw myself after him and found myself here. Oh, you're one of the clueless. He bristles, reddening, and his hand clutches convulsively around the hilt of his sword. Clueless, is it? I take offence at your words, Sirrah, and bid you farewell in the hopes that we should never again cross paths. He turns away, still flushed with pride and rage. I just had some questions for you. He sighs heavily and eyes you with disdain. Then be on with it, scarred one. Ask and be done. Who are the patrons of this tavern? The only person I know here is Ebb there. I am new to this place and do not make it my business to meddle in the affairs of others. Did you have any further questions for me, or may I continue to enjoy my solitude? A few more questions. Who are you? His eyes smolder. You have insulted me enough, friend. I will leave no further discourse with you. He turns away entirely, flushing with stung pride, and no amount of cajoling on your part can induce him to turn back to you. Oh no, dude, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. He looks at you disgustedly. What do you want? The way he accents the pronoun is almost infuriating. I just want to ask you some questions. From your attitude, it appears to me that you need nothing further from me, and it would please me greatly if you would not trouble my presence with yours. Good day. Look, I apologize for what I said to you before. I just need some questions answered. You said what you have said, and I have taken it to heart. Yet never let it be said that I am entirely rigid. What would you ask of me? Whew. Okay. What can you tell me about this? I'd like to apologize to you. He appears entirely shocked, as if the notion of apologies is alien to him. You wish to apologize? Yes. Then, I suppose, as a point of honor, I must accept your apology. Very well, in return I offer my apology as well. Let us settle the matter aside and speak of it no more. Very well. What knowledge do you say? Okay, right, we're friends again. Whew. What can you tell me of this place? I do not know. When I arrived here, I realized I needed a place to regain my bearings. Imagine my shock at discovering that even a simple tavern in this part of the world is populated by the eccentrics and crazies. I have truly been transported to a madhouse. Where are you from? I come from the city of Aliburn. Oh yeah. How did you get here? Sounds like quite the adventure. I have other questions for you. Have you heard of a collector named Farad? Farad? Collector? These are names and terms unfamiliar to me, but if I should hear them mentioned in any other context, I shall certainly remember your face. Indeed, I could not forget it. Okay, bye-bye. I'm glad that we're friends again now. Barkis? You see a leather-skinned man with just a hint of... I'm going to have to go to bed soon. You see a leather-skinned man with just a hint of ashen colour to his face. His teeth seem sharper than normal, and his eyes are filled with the boredom that comes with having seen too much. His voice is nasal and clipped. You again, what do you want this time? Yeah, you again, what do you mean? Yeah, you again. You got a hearing problem or something now? You was in here about 15 years ago, got all bubbed up, smashed up the place, then left a pile of coin that wasn't enough to pay for the damages, so you plucked out your own bleeding eyeball and tells me you'll be back to reclaim it when you got 200 coins together. With 15 years of interest, you got about 500 coins. You got the jink, pal. I got your eye. What? Do I actually only have one eye. When did that happen? 500, all right here. It's a deal. He produces a darkened, wax-stoppered, wide-mouthed bottle from his pocket. You hear the sound of liquid sloshing around inside it, along with a heavier, squishier noise. Opening it, the stench of some sort of preservative agent nearly makes you gag. Floating in the viscid muck is an eyeball. You better figure out what you want to do with that. Now that you've exposed it to air, you might as well put a pickled egg in the jar for all the good it'll do you. Make up your mind, Cutter. Pickled egg or not. Tear out your eyeball and place this one in the socket. What the fuck? Alright. That gained me experience somehow? With a moment's hesitation, you reach into your socket and pop your eye into the palm of your hand. The bartender helpfully severs the optic nerve and directs your hand to the jar of goo that sits on the bar. You deposit your eye in the preservative, wrap your fingers around the old one and slide it into your empty socket. The pain of this entire operation is incredible. After a moment, though, you can feel the optic nerve reattaching itself to your new eye, and suddenly you are hit by a flash of memory. Absorb it. Memory flash. A vast expanse of chaotic, ever-changing wasteland stretching before you. A group of humanoid vultures plummeting towards you, cruel weapons ready to strike, and your own shining blade clutched tight in your fist. Memory flash. 3 toughs surround you, in the colours of an enemy you can't quite place. Long daggers glisten in their hands, and the light glints cruelly from their exposed teeth. You glance at your scarred hands and know that soon they'll be covered in blood. Memory flash. An enormous frog-like creature comes bounding over, through, under chaos stuff, headed for you with a mouthful of teeth. You hurl your javelin through the shifting matter and pin the creature to a sudden stone plinth. You have recalled some of your lost fighting skills. Have I? Ask more questions. Oh, proficiency points increased permanently. I don't know what that is, but hooray. Hurry up, will you got paying customers. Who are you? Me, I'm Barkis, owner and keeper of this place. What is this place? Didn't you see the sign out front? Didn't you see the Burke burning over the furnace when you came in? It's the smouldering corpse cutter, best damn bub house in Sigil. At least it's the best damn bub house in this part of the hive, which makes it one of the best in Sigil. Hell, they got fancy places with plants and such in the ladies' ward, and they got fiendish taverns salted around the rest of the hive, but none of them got the character of the smouldering corpse. Who is the corpse, anyway? Him? Ignis. Used to be a flame wizard, burned down pieces of the hive and got himself scragged by a bunch of other mages. You want to know more about him? Go talk to Drusilla down by the door. Okay. What is this place? What can you tell me of the patrons here? I don't make it a point to interfere with the lives of the people who give me their hard-earned jink unless they ask me to. So, over there is Kandrian, Planewalker. He's a good one to talk to about any planewalking questions you might have. He's been pretty much everywhere. Down there is Ebb Creeknees, an old harmonium basher. Don't hold that against him, and a tout. He's got a good heart in him and he knows Sigil up and down. Them fiends over there are Algarin and Tegarin. Word of advice, don't deal with them. They might be low rankers in the fiend hierarchy, but they're still fiends. Then you got Illquicks over there, not trustworthy, and some mercy killers looking for some poor sod. Dakon the Githzerai is a mystery to me. Don't know much about him, he don't talk much. Finally, you interested in earning some free bub? Yes. There's a bubber over in the far wall, hanging about in the shadows, who's been trying to work up her courage to slip out without covering a tab. I want you to make sure she don't do that. You do it, you got free bub here for life. I'll do it. Answer some questions first. I'm looking for Farad the Collector. He turns and spits on the floor. Farad? Pah. You might as well just turn your back and let him sink a dagger in it. Though from the looks of you, you already have. If you're dead set on finding Farad, pardon the pun, talk to Ebb Creeknees over there. He should know something of value. Okay, cool. I have randomly stuck a new eyeball in my face, and lost a load of health for the pleasure.
Don't want to part with that.
Eyes cannot be removed, only switched. What did I do with my other eye, though? Other than put it in a jar. But then left the jar with him? How strange. You see a short, rotund man with a perplexed expression on his face. From the lines of his loose skin, it looks like he's not too uncommon. He carries a flagon of ale that looks like it's in the process of being emptied, rapidly. In between swallows, he speaks in a gentle voice, so quiet that you can barely hear his words. Hello, traveller. My name is Ilquix. Can I be of assistance to you? What do you want to know, my friend? Who are you? I am but a humble man with a slight flowery poetical bent and a tendency towards the supernatural. I regret that I have none of my supplies here, or I should be most eager to teach you the ways of power, perhaps some later time. Sure. What can you tell me about this place? This smouldering corpse tavern, a fine establishment with a fine owner. Bark is a true gentleman and ambitious to increase his standing to boot. These, I feel, are the most useful qualities one can possess. Can you tell me of the patrons of this place? The patrons of this tavern are many and varied. I've spoken with most of them and find them delightful. With the exception of those creatures of law, he gestures towards the pair of Abishai sitting in the corner. They taint the air with their presence, lending an unwholesome stench to an otherwise pleasant environment. I recommend speaking to Barkis. I understand that he requires some aid with a trifling matter. Then we have that O character. I'm still trying to understand him fully. It is quite an undertaking, if I say so myself. Those are the folks of interest here. The others, well, perhaps I'm too discriminating. Why do you despise creatures of law? Ah, fine question, my friend. My upbringing has been one of the chaotic side of the Great Ring. You may speak to Kendrian Illborn, a misnomer, if ever I heard one, of the Plains. He fancies himself a great plane walker. To return from my digression, I have lived many years with the chaos. And find it pleasantly agreeable. To me, the taint of law, as in those creatures there, is reprehensible and tyrannical. If I'm to be crushed underfoot, I'd rather it be by an individual than a machine that knows nothing of emotion. I agree. He smiles toothily, his fat cheeks barely moving. To each his own, I say. Did you have more questions? Who is that burning man? That's the last unfortunate who chose to exercise his individual will without the strength to back up his desires. His name is Ignis, and he was a pyromaniac. He burned and didn't burn the right people, and wound up channeling more raw power than he could control. Now, well, you can see what became of him. If you wish to learn more about him, perhaps that poor creature Drusilla can help you. I'm trying to find a way to make this Mochai pay for her drinks. Any suggestions? He laughs, his jowls shaking loose, almost seeming to fall from his face. You could always poison a friend. A dose of that is always effective in bringing resolution to nearly any conflict. Of course, I'm joking. Of course you are. Alright, thanks, dude. You're... oh. Aww. You see a man standing stock still. He isn't moving a muscle. On closer examination, it appears he isn't even breathing, just standing. His eye sockets are empty holes in his face. Contained within their bounds is a flat grey light that seems to dance with possibility. Looking into the sockets, the eerie, empty feeling of a limitless void shivers through you, as if you had gazed into a sliver of eternity. The head slowly swivels towards you, and you notice that no muscles appear to move under his skin as he turns. And he speaks in a pure bell-like tone. Well met, wanderer. You have forgotten again, haven't you? Do you know me, stranger? As he opens his mouth, you get the feeling of eternity again. Inside his mouth, you see no tongue, no teeth. It's almost as if this man were a shell surrounding an illimitable expanse. I've spoken with you before, and always you forget. Your endless quest to discover yourself ends always in your amnesia. You draw close to the truth and recoil. Let us hope that you have the strength to enjoy your existence. What do you know of me? How do you know this? I know that you, like a fly, rise up from the wreckage of your old shell, buzz about it for a time, and curl up and die at the window of truth. You bumble about the pain, seeking the light without any plan to your action, and fall exhausted when you fail. You alight on others to feed from them for a time and move on with no regard to them. I have watched you come here and listen to your words and watched you move away no wiser. Will you learn from your mistakes, Seeker? Attack him. Who are you? I am O. For some reason, when he speaks his name, it sounds like he's speaking of much more than a single letter, as if the speaking of his name contained untold possibilities and nuances. No human tongue could ever create such a sound. What sort of a name is that? It is my name. It is the name of a portion of eternity. I am a letter in the divine alphabet. Understanding me leads to understanding existence. I am written the true names of half of everything. My being encompasses truth. I am mathematic, organic, metaphysic. So what does that mean? The divine alphabet is written the name of everything that exists, from the seed at the hearts of the elemental planes to the core of the great beyond. My brothers, sisters, a single word translates into the two in your mind, and I reach across all that is, was, or ever shall be. We are thought and reality and concept and the unimaginable. Tell me about the great beyond. You would not understand. No mortal possibly could. It is beyond the powers of comprehension of all but the most powerful of powers, and once they understand, they move beyond the veil of mortal comprehension. I can explain it no more than that. Perhaps sometime you will understand. What are you doing here? Why, I am watching the ebb and flow of mortality. And what do you see? You mortals are like wasps. You build your lives, nests from the slimmest of branches, and then when the wind shakes your home, life free, you seek to sting the wind to death. Instead of realizing your foolish mistakes, attempting to repair the damage you have caused to yourselves, and learning from your experience, you bring harm to any who may have the misfortune to blunder near you in your time of pain and distress. My advice to you, and to all mortals, stop acting like an insect and start acting sentient. I mean, damn, dude. I'll think about it. Have you seen or heard of Farrod the Collector? I know where he is. I can give you only one word. Nearby. You will find him in the hive under a veil of secrecy. That's what all your answers seem to be under as well. Can you give me an answer to another question? Tell me the patrons of this tavern. The patrons of this place are varied, yet all mortal. Like all mortals, their concerns are limited, with the potential of blossoming into actual truth. I can tell you this, though. You may find a companion dear to your heart here, at least as dear as your heart will allow. I think I should be insulted, but I'll let that slip. Tell me about yourself. I am O. What are you? I think you're entirely crazed. If that is what you wish to believe, best of luck, traveller. He ignores you. The certainty that he will continue to ignore you for a time settles on your shoulders, and you have no idea where it comes from. Bye then. Okay, I don't think I actually need anything else from him now, right? That means you know all the secrets of existence, doesn't it? I know parts of many of them. Without a connection to my brother's sisters, I am but a letter. Alone I am a symbol. Combined we're a language and power. So you don't know the secrets of existence? I did not say that. A letter is still a powerful force even on its own. Allow me to show you. He opens his mouth wider and wider still. The mask of his face tears around his eyes, mouth and nose, revealing that hint of eternity you glimpsed earlier. You are lost in it, adrift in it, a part of it. You return to your mundane senses and realize that O has vanished, yet somehow your horizons have expanded. Enlightenment has brushed you, however briefly, across the brow. That was indescribable. Wisdom increased permanently +1, but O has disappeared. That was very strange. You see a lad who barely looks a day over 18. His face seems to portray some tension. Help you, Cutter? Who are you? I'm Caleb. I'm a mercy killer. I'm here with Tana and Isildon to catch my first criminal. What can you tell me about the mercy killers? Well, sorry, I have to get used to saying that now, believe that justice is the most important thing in existence. I believe that without justice there is no meaning, and without meaning we might as well just go off and kill ourselves. I don't want to kill myself, so I decided justice is the meaning. If you want to know more, you ought to ask one of the other two. Or find one of our recruiters. They'll talk your ear off. I'm looking for a collector who goes by the name of Farad. Would you happen to know where I can find him? Can't say I've heard of him. Is he a criminal? Maybe we'll pick him up later. My thanks for the tip-off, citizen. I just need to find him, not get him killed. Can you answer some other questions? Who are your friends here? They're people who are here to make sure I don't foul up this assignment. Tana's the older one. Isildon's the one who's here to make sure I do the job right and to give me support if I need it. He swallows noisily. I hope I won't. You'll be fine. What can you tell me about this place? This place? It's the Smouldering Corpse. I think they named it after the guy near the entrance. It's a place where criminals and lowlifes hang out. Still, there are some cutters here who know what they're talking about. Some of them are those fiends, though, and I don't like to deal with them. I feel like they're staring right at my soul. What are you doing? Well, seeing as I'm a new mercy killer, I'm supposed to bring a criminal to justice to show that I can handle the field work. I decided I wanted to catch a killer, so we asked around and got told he was going to be here. Still, I haven't seen him, though. I'm a little nervous, to tell the truth. If you'll excuse me, I really ought to get looking at the faces here again. He cranes his neck and starts looking around the bar. Okay. And then what have we got? We've got Smouldering Corpse Patron. We see a scruffy, ill-kept man. He smells strongly of alcohol. Yeah, what do you want, huh? He leans in close and looks at you up and down. Looks like he could use a healer. He laughs loudly at his own poor humour, and the nauseating stench of liquor and poorly chewed food washes over you. Who are you? Me? I'm Andor. He weaves on his feet. Used to be a hell of a fight man too, but that's before the bub took hold of me. Friends called me Slappy because I was so good at doing it to people, but now they call me Slappy because so many women do it to me when I talk to them. That's great, Andor. I'm looking for a collector by the name of Farad. Do you know anything about him? Farad? Name sounds familiar, but... you know how it is. When you've done pickled your head with Bub, I'm sure. I can't remember. You got my apologies. What can you tell me about this place? This place? Smouldering Corpse. Best place in town for a drink. Least way as long as you don't mind drinking near a fiend or two. Nor if you don't mind Red Death poking their heads in on occasion. Lots of people here. Lots of interesting things. Lots. Who's that burning by the entryway? That's Ignis. He's some crazy old coot mage who got the bright idea to burn down the hive. You see the alley of dangerous angles? He's done that. A group of wizards got together and did some magic on him, and now he's in the tavern theme thing. Mascot. My cousin was one of the wizards. No great shakes as a mage, but he sure got this burg. Thanks, Slappy. An armoured behemoth. This man is huge. He also seems to have a very keen eye. He misses nothing that transpires around him. It also seems that he has no interest in speaking to you. I'd like to ask you some questions. The man stares at you as if you were some form of bug. He stares at you, blinking slowly, and turns his head, then dismissing you without a word. Hello? You hear a subterranean rumble beginning deep in the man's chest. He lightly strokes his weapon and stares at you with renewed interest. If that's the way you want to be, farewell. What about this one? You see a grizzled, burly man in spiked armour. He eyes you coolly and slowly up and down, evaluating you. He pauses for a time on your face, almost as if it jogs his memory somehow. He sighs and says, "Can I help you with something, friend?" Did you recognise me? I thought I did, but those pictures are centuries out of date and the suspect would be dead by now. Of course, these are the plains and stranger things have happened. Still, if you're the fella I'm thinking of, it looks like you've served your sentence by means of pain. What can you tell me about this person you're talking about? It was a particularly brutal criminal, from what I understand. This was, of course, centuries ago. Immense strength, they said, and enough anger to tear the head from a boreal. Not a sod to be messing with. Word is he got himself surrounded by a Red Death patrol, escaped through a portal, and hasn't been seen since. He frowns, studying you. They have pictures of him. Take away some of the scars, and you might be related to him. Probably not him, though. Sounds like a nasty fellow. Who are you? Me? I'm Tana. What's with the outfit? It's a uniform of a kind. We're the Red Death, mercy killers. We're the justice folks. Someone commits a crime, we bring them to justice. We right wrongs, too. If you want to know more, go talk to one of the recruiters. Who are your friends? They're Caleb and Ilzadon. Caleb's the new meat, a new recruit. Ilzadon's the muscle. I'm the brains. What are you doing here? Waiting for a criminal. This'll be Eager Caleb's first arrest if the Burke we're waiting for ever shows up. What are you, some kind of police force? Is that why your armor is a uniform? It's a uniform of a kind. Blah 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 blah. Have you ever heard of a collector by the name of Farad? You're looking for him, eh? From the tone of your voice, I'm betting it won't be for a quick drink down at the local tavern either. See, I know Farad of old. He's a slippery one, he is, and it'll be like a time before we can pin something on him. Problem is, only a fanatic like Varlord scrag the guy without even a shred of proof. That's all a long way of saying I don't know where the sod is, but you ought to know that he's a suspect, and it won't do you any good to be seen with him. Okay. Tell me about this place. It's the Smouldering Corpse. Chances this place is full of portals and such. But then, that's true of most anywhere in Sigil. Good cheap drinks, and if you don't mind the company of bubbers and fiends, it ain't a bad place to be. You want to know more about the place? Talk to the bartender or something. Okay, thanks dude.
Alright.
Smouldering Corpse. Patron. Right. Aethelgrin. You see a scaled fiend who looks very similar to the one standing next to him. In addition to the pierced left ears, both are black-hued and reptilian, with bat wings tucked against themselves. This one's missing a tooth on its right side. Ah, Targarin, it says. Our old friend has returned to pay us a visit. So he has, Aethelgrin, so he has. Yet his eyes do not gleam as they once did. What do you suppose he brings back to us? What brings you back to us, friend? Who are you? Ah, Aethelgrin, time has robbed our companion's memory. You honestly do not recall us, do you? Truly I am aggrieved. But, as am I, Tegarin, truly aggrieved, yet I rest easy. It has, after all, been many hundreds of years, and we know how the minds of mortals tend to dissipate with age. Ah, well spoken, old friend. We're a pair of Abishai, on leave from our current assignment in Bator. I am Tegarin, and the thrice damned, so named for my ability to find the best in every situation. This is Aethelgrin, who has earned himself no special name, though not through lack of trying. Lack of trying? What do you mean? Aethelgrin ignores you as it responds to its companion, and once again, Tegarin, you have cut straight to the truth of the matter, though perhaps it is not best not to have earned any sort of notice one bearing the name thrice damned must surely have incurred. Mort whispers to you, Boss, I don't like this. They're not supposed to be here. The Bloodboar hasn't kicked the Celestials' asses bad enough that any fiend can go on furlough. They want something. Tread carefully. In the meantime, Tegarin continues to respond to his companion. In its turn, Tegarin ignores you as it replies to its comrade. Once again, I maintain that any notice is better than no notice at all. The Ashabai turns back to you. Old friend, does this answer your question to our identities? What are you doing? What are we doing? Why, it is not perfectly clear, old friend. We are on leave from our beloved assignment, taking for ourselves some much-needed rest and perhaps inducing some additional recruitment for our glorious cause. Our superiors fully support our presence, to be sure. In a more immediate sense, we are taking our entertainment in this delightful establishment, and of course we are celebrating the return of our old friend. However, the stench of the breeze, which occasionally wafts the scent of goodness in the door, debases us somewhat, leaving us physically, mentally and spiritually weaker. Fortunately, the air in the ward of the city carries a delicious tang of pain and supplication. Wouldn't you agree? Again, the fiend smiles at you broadly. What is this place? This is the Smouldering Corpse Tavern, one of the more entertaining taverns your kind has seen fit to erect in this city. The poetic justice of the burning fellow at the front of the establishment is really quite a fine touch. Was there something else you wanted to ask? Tell me about fiends. As we see it, there are two kinds of fiends, those who are correct and those who are not. Our side, that of the Bat-Tezu, is correct. The other side, that of the cursed, hated, chaotic Tanar'ri, is incorrect and must be exterminated. We hold the Tanar'ri directly responsible for the Blood War. Were it not for them, we could have settled the lower planes in peace, and wouldn't have all that bother of fighting this wretched war, nor would the unfortunate spillover into the plains be such a cause for concern among the namby-pambying do-gooders. The Tanar'ri are directly to blame for the multiverse's sad state of affairs. That's not really what I was asking. I wanted to know what differentiates you from them. The fiend pauses a moment and then brightens. Ah yes, you see, we represent law and order. Those who break the law must be punished. If we have no law, we have only anarchy, and surely you can see what anarchy has done for the Abyss. It has spawned horrors beyond imagining. Any excesses the Bat-Tezu state may have indulged in are simply to counter the rising tide of chaos represented by the Tanar'ri. We mean no harm to anyone, we just prefer to understand where the boundaries are. Do you know a collector named Farad? Farad? I have heard the name. Is he not the sage of some sort, a necromancer, or is he a diviner of rubbish? I have heard of him, friend, but do not have the pleasure of his company. Perhaps one of the other patrons can help you. Maybe. Bye. Go talk to this other demon man. You see a scaled fiend who looks very similar to the one standing next to him. In addition to a pierced left ear, both are black-hued and reptilian. Greetings, old cat. Truly joy to see you again. Again? What I mean, dear man, is that time, our old enemy, has performed a vicious disservice on you. It robs your memories and steals your recollections. If you do not recall us, why, it is because you have fallen prey to one of mortality's weaknesses. We are old friends of yours, old indeed. What can we do for you? Who are you? I think they're going to say exactly the same thing. What are you doing? We're on leave. Some other questions. Do you know a collector? I've heard the name. Yeah, they'd say literally the same thing. Some little patrons. This is a slightly balding man with a cynical cast to his face. He speaks in a staccato voice, rapping out each word distinctly and clearly. What do you want, Cutter? Who are you? I am Silean Irontoes. Before you ask, I got the name because my idiot brother dropped a 50-pound stone on my feet and crushed my toes. Now I have iron toes, alright? Okay. I'm looking for a collector by the name of Farad. Have you seen or heard of him? A collector? Isn't that one of those nasty dead haulers? I don't associate with that type. This isn't my ward really, so no, I've never heard of him. What is your ward? I live in the ladies' ward with my uncle. It's generally a better class of person there, if I may say so myself. Nothing of the riffraff that you see floating around here so much. No, I'd say that coming to this area is definitely slumming. I can't say that I enjoy it, but then I'm told one should experience a wide variety of life's offerings, and I'm just about done with this one. What can you tell me about this place? This is the Smouldering Corpse. I brought my greenhorn, clueless, prime cousin here to see some of the sights, smells and sounds of Sigil's beauties. So far she remains unimpressed. I can see why. Who's that burning by the entryway? Chant has it that the unfortunate fellow goes by the name of Ignis. Burned down a portion of the hive before the folks here got together and took care of him. They made him a conduit to the elemental plane of fire, and now he has to ride there for folks' amusement. Not too amusing, but interesting certainly. What was it that you and your friend were saying about Sigil? Ah, my cousin. He stresses the word as if to emphasize that he has no choice in his acquaintance. Has recently come here from a backwater prime world. My uncle, a renowned wizard, brought her here to expand her horizons. She labours under the delusion that this is the centre of the multiverse, and she thinks it's somehow important. Since I've lived here my whole life, I know otherwise. It's a place the powers and Planeborn overlook, just as humans overlook the squirrels in the city parks. It's not important, and the sooner humans come to realise they're not important, the better off they'll be. I'll have to hear her justification for this. In the meantime, I'm going to just talk to her now. This is a woman with a far-off cast to her face. She is not exactly young, nor is she exactly old. Perhaps it's the expression of slight disbelief that's etched across her features. The expression says that she doesn't believe her senses. When she focuses on you, she speaks sharply, but not angrily. Do you need something? Who are you? I'm Kyrus Thorntongue. I'm here with my cousin because my uncle doesn't want me wandering the hive on my own. He doesn't seem to think I'm competent enough on my own. He may be right. I don't know this city or the plane very well. I'm not from here. I'm from the Prime. The Prime? What's that? She cocks her head and looks at you oddly. The Prime Material Plane? The place where the belief of the outer planes are shaped and is born? The world? Stars? Moons and so forth? Belief in reality? I sure hope you know what the Prime is, because it's an essential part of planar knowledge. Oh, I knew that. You're from the Prime? Visiting, expanding my horizons. The Prime is a fine place to live, but it's a little too real, I suppose. My uncle gives each of his nieces and nephews a few years in the plains and allows us to remain here if we so desire. I think I might so desire. I'm fascinated and repelled. But then, I suppose that's the nature of the plains, isn't it? Yes. I'm looking for a collector by the name of Farrod. Have you seen or heard of him? A collector? I don't believe I've heard the term. She pauses, thinking. Is that one of those haulers of the dead? The poor folk who collect the hive's innumerable victims for money? Yes. From what I understand, they mostly congregate in the areas of the hive that are farther from the mortuary, where there's more life and more violence. Your best bet might be to concentrate your search away from the House of the Dead. Thanks. What can you tell me of this place? This is, I understand, the Smouldering Corpse Tavern, named after the fellow near the entrance. From what I can see, it's a dive where scum mixes with cream to create an entirely unappetizing new flavour. Of course, being from the Prime, my perceptions might be jaundiced. Okay. Who is that burning in the entryway? That is Ignis. He attempted to burn down a portion of the city some time back, centuries, and was punished by being turned into a living flame. A nasty fate, but fitting for a known pyromaniac and arsonist. From what I've read, it'd be best to leave him well alone. How do you know so much about this place? Aren't you a Prime? The Uncle Seelan and I share as a wizard who makes his home here. He brings his relatives to the plains on occasion to show them the delights and horrors of the multiverse. I wanted to be sure I was ready for the trip, and so I prepared myself extensively. I probably know more about the city than my cousin, who's lived here in his entire life. She gestures disparagingly at the man nearby. It's quite an uncle. What was it that you and your friend were saying about Sigil? He's not my friend, he's my cousin. He was just telling me that this isn't the center of the multiverse, despite it being located smack in the middle of the Outlands. Despite it being the focal point of the portals from all over the cosmos, there isn't a known place with more. Despite all the quarreling the gods do over it, despite the sheer variety and concentration of power that accumulates here, there is no place like this in the cosmos, and he's telling me that nothing special. Ha! That's an interesting perspective. Perhaps you both have elements of truth. Perhaps you're correct, but I find that such relativism is often beyond me. Either the place is important or it is not. Paradox may fuel the planes, but there must be sense to it somehow. Not necessarily, but I haven't time to argue this right now. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Wait, where's this person I'm supposed to be stopping from robbing the place? Oh, it's her, I think. You cannot initiate, she appears busy. You see someone dressed as a female dustman with a half-empty glass in her right hand. As you near her, she calls out to you. You, over here. You notice that there's something wrong about her, and your exposure to the dustman leads you to believe that she's just too lively to be a real member of her faction. Yes? Hey, Cutter, buy a lady a drink? Burke says it's time for you to set your tap. Pay up. She jumps a little and her nervous tension becomes full-fledged anxiety. What are you going to do? Ask you to pay up. Nothing yet. Answer some questions. What do you want to know? You're not really a dustman, are you? She looks around nervously and seems to sober right up. Why do you say that? Because you don't ask like a Dusty, and you're not offering contracts. In fact, you're taking money instead of giving it out for that corpse labour they do at the mortuary. She stifles a squeak of terror and hastens to explain. No, 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 I'm not a dustman. I just found these robes on the street and I didn't have enough money to get good clothes, and I heard there was a dustman thief around. But you could probably find him somewhere else in the southwest part of the hive. I saw him, but I hid from him. Please don't hurt me. I'm not planning on it. You ought to know that you're not pulling it off too well. Who are you? Me? I'm Mochai. I just like to drink here, and I'm just a person, you know? What is this place? Small Drink Corpse Tavern. Can't you read? You, more bug than I am? Tell me of the other patrons here. Dunno, they're just people. I don't deal much with people, unless they're buying me a drink. No. Who's the burning corpse? He's not a corpse, he's a crazy wizard. Ask around, they'll tell you the story. Alright, Barker says it's time for you to pay up. I'm going to ask you to pay up. I can't afford it. Can you spot me just 10%? I'll give it to him and he knows I'll pay the rest. How much do you need? I think I need about 100 coins to get started on that debt. Can you think of another solution? Another way to pay? Ha! You could always kill me. I could, but I'd rather find another solution. She looks at you a moment longer, swaying where she stands, then says, alright, did you want something else? Yes, some answers. I want you to pay your bill. How much do you need? I'll lend you the money here, take it and pay up now. She pockets your jink, glances briefly towards the door, almost as if she's weighing her chances of dashing out, sighs heavily as she realises there's no chance and begins to walk gauntly towards the bar. My thanks, I suppose. Don't mention it, and don't even think about heading to the door until you've paid up. I'm going. You don't have to pester me. Just get moving. You son of a bitch. You better be going. Am I still uploading my VODs to YouTube? Yes, I upload everything to YouTube. Sometimes quickly, sometimes slowly, but eventually everything will be up there. Why is she going to the... She's going to the fucking door. I gotta talk to this guy quick. The YouTube link in my description is broken. Is it? It shouldn't be. If you go to YouTube and just type in Wolfulv, I'm pretty sure it'll be the top link. YouTube link goes to Wolfulv, not Wolfulv VODs. Ah, yeah. So I created a new channel because I was thinking of doing some editing, like editing down videos into like narrow ones. Because the VODs thing is literally just a direct upload of my streams. Like no editing whatsoever. Must have Planescape VODs. They'll be coming. I think I only need to do Shining Force Scenarios 2 and 3, which I have all of the recordings for. And then I'll start doing the Planescape ones. Back again, what now? You won't have trouble with Mochai again. Then, friend, you have full bar privileges for free. Anything you want, anytime. That must be a pretty big tab she ran up. You don't know the half of it. You want a drink now? Yes. You want a drink? You got a drink. This is what we got for you. Beer, bitters, mead, elemental water, arboreal fire, wine and fire seeds, cursed, heart wine and Batorian whiskey. What'll it be? I'll have a... information. No, I'm joking. I want a drink. Give me a drink. I want a drink. I want a whiskey. He places a shot of some steaming substance that looks like boiling urine in front of you. The fumes that waft your way, however, are exquisitely tempting. The taste, though nearly unbearably hot, is as smoky as the scent. The feel of the liquor burning its way to your gut is nearly painful. Yet even this pain is sweet. The barkeep's eyes widen. Still standing? Most folks can't even make it halfway through their first shot. I feel fine. Didn't even feel anything. The barkeep considers you carefully, resting his chin on his hand. You know, Cutter, the some as have a natural immunity to poisons and such. Some folk call boba poison. If that's the case, chances are good you got yourself a handy little defense against poisoners. Okay. Interesting. I think I've done everything in here now, which means it's... Oh, wait. Well, maybe I could see about going in here. This one's functional door is now nailed shut and barred on the inside to protect against thieves. Okay, there's literally nothing in here. Cool. Cool story, bruh. Yeah, I think I did everything here. So I think what we'll do now is finish. I think we'll finish. Should I?
Done.
Before I finish. Right, I got 3 dues now.
All right.
What's up? Yeah. Stupid yabo.
God, they're fucking everywhere.
Die. The rock sings true. I'm gone.
Huh? Filthy sod.
Kill.
Did you see that?
I'm gone.
Yoink. 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 Dakon on board. Yeah, yeah, we got our Githzerai boy. Yoink. Yoink. Right, I'm gonna go turn in the there's that girl who went through all the portals by accident on that Illwalker dude. Oh, it's him. He still is a. He still doesn't like us. Wait, how do I get to the? Oh, it's this way. Lol. Starved dog barking thug. Starved dog barking thug. Oh, there are different ones. Yeah, as I was saying. We spoke to that ill, whatever he's called, guy in the
All right.
in the bar, and he says he's apparently going to help her. She's got voice acting, but I exhausted all of my dialogue options, and she definitely didn't want to join me. But I reckon she's important at some point. Greetings, Ingress. You. She squints at you. What is it you want with me now? You want me to leave? Not leaving this city, so I'm not. I can't. I tried. It's not a city, it's a prison. Ingress, I found someone who can take you back to your home plane. She falls silent. I want to go. I want to leave this place. His name is Kandrian. He should be along shortly to help you. Trust him, alright? Ingress says nothing, merely nods quietly, her teeth chattering inside her mouth. I'll go back and meet Kendrin at the Smouldering Corpse bar and make sure everything turned out alright. Be strong, Ingress.
Updated my journal.
Nice. Let me give this guy a load of our rings. And now we just go back and make sure that... Oh, maybe we can rest up, because my guy is hurt. Are you joking? Come on, man.
You see that?
Hi, bruh. Can I go to sleep, please? I have rested for 1 day and 0 hours.
I'm gone.
Which means it's still nighttime. God damn it.
All right.
Right, we go back to our dude and see if he helped her get out of here okay.
I'm gone.
Where are you? Here you are. Kendrian stands as you approach him. The Tooth Woman wanted you to have these, he says, holding out his hands. She wanted to express her thanks, even out of the balance books as it were, and be done with the damn thing. Wait, what? She wanted to express her thanks, even out the balance book as it were, and be done with the damn things. In the palm of his hand are Ingress's dancing teeth, and he smoothly deposits them in your hand. Enjoy them, Seeker.
Updated my journal.
What? Ingress's teeth. 1 to 6, usable by Mort. This is a handful of Ingress's living teeth. Apparently they didn't want to go back with her through the portal to her home plane. They rattle amongst themselves whenever they are held close together. They remind you of a bunch of creepy, ivory-hopping bugs. You examine Ingress's teeth. You can't shake their resemblance to ivory bugs. You get the feeling that they're looking at you expectantly, awaiting some command. What the shit? I want you to become a magical weapon. The teeth rattle about wildly, then suddenly settle down. After a brief moment, they begin to emit a soft magical glow. Holy moly. So what does Mort's Bite do? 1 to 3 piercing. And this does 1 to 6 crushing, +1 crushing. Hell yeah.
Hey. Hey, 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 hey. Hey, come on. Hey, hey, come on.
That's weird, isn't it? Okay, good. Well, now that that's done, we're going to do a full save, proper save. New save, end of stream 3. And I'm going to go to bed. End of stream 3, hurrah! Cool. Thanks very much for watching, guys. Next stream will be tomorrow at some point, and we will continue with Planescape and see if we can do a bit more than spend 4 hours talking to people in a bar. But probably not, because we have the rest of the city to explore, so we'll see. Yeah, probably not, because if we look at the world map, we've done this bit now, we've done this bit now, we've done this bit, we're most of the way through this. So we still have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We still have 6 bits to go in just this city, and then we've got all of these little bits to go. So we've got a lot of exploring to do. Unless you start hunting for cranium rats. I mean, I'll probably fight them when I see them, but I won't go hunting for them, I think. Yeah, we'll see what the day brings tomorrow. Because what have we got as far as quests go? Oh, I need to return to him as well. He's back in the start area. I met a man named Reekwind who's been cursed. He said he was cursed by some fat balding man who favours dressing in orange. The cursed spitter probably lives in one of the upper wards where Reekwind used to live. Oh, the starved barking dogs. I do need to kill them. They're the guys that... Ah, okay, cool. We have things to do tomorrow. But with that, I'm going to go to bed now. Thanks very much for watching, guys. I will catch you later. Bye-bye.